by someone different, but I will try and bring things together and make the links between those sessions as we take stock of progress towards meeting the set plan priorities and seek to identify how research and innovation at European and national level, public and privately funded, contributes to the European Union's energy transition. We'll have 4 plenaries and 4 parallel sessions addressing priority dimensions of the energy union and concrete set plan actions. The 4 plenaries talking about the challenges ahead to meet the objectives for 2030, the necessary funding instruments to support the research and innovation required to meet the challenges, Europe's position in the world, and the importance of international cooperation, and then going from the global down to the local, the importance of engaging with cities and regions in the energy transitions. Those 4 plenaries will be accompanied by 4 parallel sessions that will zoom in on particular aspects of the energy transition at the centre of the set plan and its core priorities. We'll have sessions on the role of citizens in the energy transition, industry as a facilitator of clean energy solutions, the integration of energy systems and grids, and clean energy production based on renewables. One housekeeping note before we start. The Twitter hashtag, should you be moved to share with the outside world what you are hearing in these rooms, and I do encourage you to do so, the hashtag is setplan1818. And also, just so you are aware, there is a citizens engagement workshop which is running in parallel with this conference, and they will produce over the course of the day and a half a couple of short video clips with some questions to our panels. So consumers, a consumer-centric energy system very much at the core of the set plan, and we are bringing them to the conference through their parallel workshop. We now move to our official opening plenary session to set the scene for our discussion over the next day and a half. How can research and innovation help the EU to achieve the 2030 energy and climate objectives, as well as the long-term decarbonisation strategy? And to chair and take you through this session, I am delighted to hand over to Dominique Ristori, Director General for Energy in the European Commission. Director General, thank you for having us, sir, and over to you.
Thank you very much, Jackie, Minister, Members of Parliament, Excellencies, Dear Executive Director of FC, Mr. Molterer, ladies and gentlemen, I am really very pleased to open this Strategic Energy Technology Plan Annual Conference in Vienna. This is the 11th anniversary of the set plan, and we are organizing it in the context of your presidency, of Austrian presidency. And the Austrian presidency has placed technologies, research, innovation at the top of priorities. And it was crystal clear when we organized the Informal Energy Council in Linz in September. Because back to the Informal Energy Council, we had a high-level conference completely dedicated to new technologies. And in particular, we launched the hydrogen initiative. And we had also the opportunity to visit some very advanced industrial sites for the production of electrolyzer, how to separate hydrogen and oxygen. Extremely important. Hydrogen can play a very important role in the context of decarbonization, including for transport, but also including for addressing the challenge of decarbonization for energy-intensive industries. Steel, but also aluminium, but also chemical or petrochemical activities. And you know, as I know, how this will be a crucial challenge for the following decades. And I am also very pleased because we are reaching a sort of decisive momentum today. Decisive momentum regarding the COP how to organize at global level the shift to low-carbon economy. And the next COP will take place in Europe, in Katowice, in 2 days. And we Europeans, we should arrive with a sort of record in terms of achievement. Record regarding what we have done for implementing the 2020 target, but also what we are doing for the next period. And it was crucial to adopt the new target for 2030. I was in Strasbourg last week. We had a very good discussion in the plenary session. Mr. Kolicek, remember that very well, with the adoption with a very large majority of energy efficiency, new directive and target, renewables, directive and target, but also governance regulation. And it is not so common to reach so large majority due to an excellent cooperation between the Commission, the Council, the European Parliament, but also all capital, all government, and all stakeholders. It is impossible today to work in splendid isolation. This is valid also for the scientific communities. So we will address all these challenges during this conference. We will have a long debate around that in order to well identify all the key priorities, but it is important to work based on our main achievement. Our credibility is not only to agree target, but to reach the target. And we will reach our target for 2020. This is a crucial point of credibility, as well as the challenge of access to finance will be one also of the most important together with technologies. And I am very pleased we have also present Dr. Molterer, the present Executive Director of FC, because FC is one of the most important achievements during this mandate. I remember very well the skepticism around this proposal at the beginning of the Commission. And today, what are the results? We have already achieved and reached 356 billion euros in terms of investment supported by FC. So thank you very much, Mr. Molterer, for your work, for the close cooperation between European Investment Bank and the Commission, as well as all government and all actors. And let me say, my satisfaction to see that energy is at the top of sectors regarding FC implementation. Thank you very much, and I have a pleasure now to pass the floor to you, to the minister, the federal minister in charge of transport in the Australian government, but also in charge of innovation and technology, of course. The floor is yours, please.
Bless you. Mr. Restorer, Mr. Kolicek, Dr. Molterer, ladies and gentlemen, it's my honor and my pleasure to welcome you in Vienna on the occasion of the annual conference of the European Strategic Energy Technology Plan, the SET Plan. I would like to extend my welcome not only to all of you here in the Messe Wien Congress Center, but also to those who are following us on the internet via live video stream. I am proud to share with you today today's conference, which is one of more than 40 events related to research and innovation, which we are organizing as a part of the Austrian presidency of the Council of the European Union. The theme of our conference is Research and Innovation Driving the Energy Transition to 2050, and this transition is about decarbonization worldwide. In 2015, at the UN Climate Change Conference in Paris, 195 nations made a joint decision to limit global warming to less than 2 degrees compared to pre-industrial temperatures. Paris marks the beginning of a shift to carbon-neutral energy supply technologies. Decarbonization requires a comprehensive transformation of how we deal with energy on a social as well as on a technical level. In the future, energy should be clean, safe, and affordable for everyone. This will make energy the growth market of the 21st century, in fact. A fundamental restructuring of the prevailing energy system is already underway. Today, we are witnessing the emergence of modern high-efficiency mobility and production systems. In order to be part of this revolution, we need new technologies and we need smart solutions. Research and technology has a crucial part to play. This transition of the energy system is innovative, and it also represents a great opportunity for innovative energy technology companies from Austria. In 2015, the global market volume was 5.2 trillion euros. A recent study predicts an average growth of 6.9% per year in energy and environmental technologies by 2025, and that's pretty soon, ladies and gentlemen. We can see two major trends emerging from this. One is the rapid development of renewable and decentralized energy technologies. For the first time worldwide, more money is being invested in renewable energy than fossil and nuclear. More than half of our energy already comes from the renewable energy sector. New small energy technologies like storage devices or micropower plants are now being developed. They can be deployed locally and competitive in prices. These technologies enable new forms of participation, energy supply, and new business models for technology services in the energy system. And another trend is digitalization. It is estimated that 30 billion objects will be connected via the internet in 2020 already, a doubling compared to 2014. The volume of data processed via the worldwide networks will increase tenfold by 2020. Digitalization is the biggest disruptive technology change since the invention of letterpress printing. The cornerstone lies in the possibility to participate, share information in new ways, and to create knowledge. This technological and social trend is now manifesting in the development of smart energy systems and in smart cities, which are becoming a growing global technology market with great potential. We have decided to use those trends as an opportunity to position Austria as an environmental technology pioneer and innovation leader. Already in recent years, Austrian suppliers have benefited from the rising global demand for energy innovations. This industry is growing faster than the average of the domestic economy altogether. It is export-intensive and creates high-quality jobs. In 2015, the Austrian environmental technology industry, especially the manufacturing sector, generated sales of around 18 billion euros in 2015 and secured more than 90,000 jobs. Every employee in this sector almost generates 2 additional jobs in other areas of the Austrian economy. We intend to increase the international visibility of Austria as an energy innovation country. That is why we see the importance of advancing research and innovation in close cooperation with industry and regional players. Here is how we are trying to put this into practice. Last year we launched our energy and innovation strategy. Here, research and innovation have a very high priority as a way to address climate change and foster economic prosperity. Smart energy systems in cities, energy-efficient industrial processes, and sustainable transport and mobility are the main focal areas. This year, we finalized our Climate and Energy Strategy Mission 2030. This strategy is the basis for all energy and climate-relevant measures of the next years. The decarbonization of the electric sector, the phasing out of 700,000 oil heating systems, the promotion of electromobility, and measures to shift passenger and freight traffic to the railways are important projects in this strategy. Besides this, I am placing high importance in Austria's participation in the European decision-making processes. We are happy to find that Zeppelin has finally come to deliver concrete actions and to see that they are being showcased in the different sessions of this conference. We have taken an active role in chairing two of those actions, namely on smart energy systems and on smart cities, and will be supporting their implementation plans. We are also proud that Austrian researchers and industry have been very successful in the current framework program Horizon 2020. We are supportive of the efforts made towards the new program, Horizon Europe. Here we hope that the predicted focus on missions will lead to even more coherent approaches on implementation. International cooperation in the context of the International Research Alliance Mission Innovation plays an important role for us. Austria, as you know, a small but innovative country, is placing an emphasis on international cooperation. This enables us to create critical mass in the development of new solutions and to strengthen our competitiveness in Europe and in the global markets. Therefore, I decided for Austria to join Mission Innovation. The aim of the alliance is to double public investments in relevant energy research and innovation. An additional focus is on working with private investors to combat climate change and to promote the development of clean energy technologies. I was very happy to see that Mission Innovation will be featured in some more detail during the afternoon plenary session. In order to showcase the ability of Austrian researchers and industries, we started a national program on large-scale testing of innovative energy solutions. Our program will have the kick-off of its first round of projects tomorrow as a side event of this conference. Theresia Vogel, managing director of the Austrian Climate and Energy Fund, will tell you more about this shortly during the panel discussion. Let me conclude by emphasizing once more the importance of international collaboration within Europe and on a global scale as an innovation driver for a small country like Austria. We are very much aware that Europe is our home market, and this is where Austrian research and industries can form the partnerships which are essential for our path towards excellence and global competitiveness. We are committed to playing a constructive role in the new framework program Horizon Europe and to doubling our efforts in energy research and innovation to address climate change together with the community of countries in mission innovation. We want to learn from the best, but also share our technologies and solutions wherever they are needed in the growing energy and technology markets worldwide. Let me conclude by wishing you a successful conference and a very pleasant stay here in Vienna. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Minister, and I would like to thank you and your department for the excellent co-organization of this event together with the European Commission. Thank you also, Hans and Isaac. And now it is my pleasure to invite a representative of the European Parliament, Jarosław Kolicek, Vice Chair of ITRE, the European Parliament Commission in charge of energy. Please, you have the floor.
Well, dear ladies and gentlemen, if you will follow the program of ITRE committee, not only this year, your conclusion will be that we are, in the majority of our time, discussing energy efficiency and related problems. I shall make a draft survey, small survey, of our actual themes. Number 1, draft report on the proposal for decision of European Parliament on the Council on establishing a specific program implementing Horizon Europe, the framework program for research and innovation is the theme of this conference. Draft report, the proposal for regulation of the European Parliament and the Council on ENISA, Cybersecurity Agency, and repealing several regulations. Draft report on accelerating clean energy innovation. Draft report on the European joint undertaking ITER. Draft report on the proposal for Council regulation establishing a European instrument for nuclear safety, complementing the Neighbourhood, Development and International Cooperation Instrument on the basis of Euratom Treaty. A report on proposal for regulation of European Parliament and the Council, ENISA. Again, a report on the proposal for a Council regulation on the research and training program for European Atomic Energy Community. A report on the proposal for regulation on European Parliament on the Council of the International Market for Electricity, its recast. A report on accelerating clean energy innovations, etc., etc. That means nearly 90% of our activities are targeted to research, innovation, and especially to energy sector. If you will take into consideration what is reported by our Austrian hosts, you could see that their subsidies, environmental subsidies in Austria, are in more than 24% devoted to energy efficiency. It's nearly 35%, to be honest. Renewables and energies, 25%. Resource efficiency, something more than 15%. Mobility, 10%. Demonstration and facilities, some 7 to 8%, and others, something about 15%. It is very important to follow what are the results. If you will take into consideration that a huge amount of energy is used by transport, and you will see the system of public transport in Vienna, one could say it is the future for bigger cities all over Europe, because the system is very concise, and I can say by using it, it's a pleasure to use such a brilliant system. So congratulations to our Austrian colleagues to this system. As for energy, we are of course discussing by treating these items high potential as well as low potential energy. Of course, in industry, I'm an engineer, so I was engaged in glassworks, steelworks, and ceramic industry. We are using high potential energy. If we shall take into consideration, then this will be, even in the future, very important stake, one could say core of our industry. We have to promote improvement of these furnaces. We have to improve the concept of low carbon utilization of energy, also in all these high energy demanding, means households and all other modes of utilization energy are another stake which has to be treated in another way. They harm potential energy parts of our industry. In transport, I think public transport and utilization of decisions of European Council and European Parliament have to be taken into consideration. Of course, directional electromobility is splendid. We adopted some decisions in European Parliament as well as in Commission, and all three stakeholders agreed the direction, but how to transfer from normal, one could say normal, transport modes to the future. We have to take into consideration directives on utilization of hydrogen. 2020, 1% of energy has to be stored in hydrogen. I don't see too many efforts to take care about. There has to be much effort done in this direction. Another part of this transfer should be hybrid. We can't transfer immediately to electromobility because of infrastructure. Lack of infrastructure in all bigger cities is dramatic. These investments are enormous, but how to transfer from ordinary diesel or such cars to electromobility via this intermediate step? So I think for the near future, even to 2050, taking into consideration the future development, we shall need big development of these hybrids. And of course, household. Household, there are enormous potentials while taking into consideration new building strategies and, of course, as smart reconstructions of old buildings. We have not to spoil any old building by just blindly applying some not very sophisticated methods. We have to take into consideration that the beauty of our old towns has to be retained. So now we are also discussing the network, high voltage network. There's a big lack of coherence in some big partners of European Union. Energy transition in Germany is not supported by building of high voltage grid, and that's why some states, Poland, Czech Republic, that means neighbors of Germany, have to protect their high voltage grid. It's a spoiled money because of one big partner can't meet the necessity, which is quite clear, to interconnect east, west, south, and north of the Germany. Of course, we are discussing solar because in solar the future in photovoltaic is to improve efficiency of capturing energy from sun. Original panels have some 11% efficiency. They are actually some new thermophores. Some of them are yellow-greenish. We have to shift their abilities toward violet, and this should be a huge gain in photovoltaics. Of course, in southern part of Europe, we are facing the possibility of using Carnot cycle. That means to install mirrors, boilers, and to produce traditionally, as the majority of energy is produced and will be produced, it's my forecast, till 2050. That means in all my life. As for wind, we are facing new inventories, we are facing new windmills. Of course, we have to take into consideration that some consequences of these new installations could be harmful not only for human beings but also for the nature. So we have to explore all these consequences, and one of these possibilities is to install it somewhere else than in surroundings which is heavily populated. As for water, it's very traditional. I think that there's quite clear that this will be developed, and there are new concepts at the seashore which could be very interesting and technically viable in the near future. So, ITRE committee is now facing the end of our working period. We would like to finish all our works till the end of this year in order to be able to discuss in the triangle of institutions till March all the things related to all of the reports I've cited. So thank you for your interest, big interest on energy issues, because it is our future. If we are not able to properly handle energy, our civilization can't look forward in the near future even. Thank you very much for your...
Thank you very much, Mr. Kolicek, and we count also in the Parliament for finalizing the clean energy package as soon as possible. At the end of this session, I will say the following. First of all, the regulatory framework is fundamental, and it is why all the achievements regarding the new target for renewables, 32% for 2030, the new target for energy efficiency, 32.5% for 2030, as well as performance building directive and governance regulation are absolutely fundamental. And we are now working at full speed with the European Parliament, as you said, and Austrian presidency in the trilogue for finalizing the market design. We will have again 2 additional trilogues this week and some additional in December. But it is important to finalize this work. In addition, because all investors need stability and predictability in terms of regulatory framework and policy objectives. We are working in order to present our new vision concerning long-term strategy for decarbonization of European economy. As you know, we will have a summit on Brexit this Sunday in Brussels, but immediately after, I hope the Commission will adopt the long-term strategy for 2050. And this strategy will be that of, first of all, modernization of our economy. We cannot manage decarbonization without pushing modernization of all sectors of our economy. Not only the power sector, but also building, but also transport and mobility, but also industry. The consequence is very simple. We need sectorial integration. And energy will play a sort of central role, because energy is not present in the energy sector. In transport, transport is representing 1/3 of the total of energy consumption. We spoke about energy-intensive industries for steel, for chemical, for petrochemical industries, but also for aluminium. Energy is representing a fundamental point in total cost production. Accordingly, without adapting energy sector, transforming energy sector, it will be impossible to manage at the end a sort of carbon neutrality. And in that context, this is a second message, in the context of this modernization, of course, new technologies, innovation will be key. It is why, Jorgo, we supported so strongly the hydrogen initiative. We have even initiated it. And we should transform that into a big success. But for that, we need also the end of silo. Of course, the politicians should take more into account the work of scientific community. But at the same time, scientists should also be more open vis-à-vis the real world, in contact not only with government, but with all key industrial actors, with all operators. I was in Johannesburg last week for EU-Africa Investment Forum. And then I was invited by the South African government to inaugurate the new campus of the University of Pretoria. And at the same time, it was the end of the white paper dedicated to the new approach for South Africa regarding all these aspects, the same approach. And I was very well impressed by the presence in the campus, not only of the government, but also of operators, industrialists, together with the Vice-Chancellor of the university and all scientists. This is the way to proceed. And this is important to have in mind, because together with sectorial integration, we will need to be open to the rest of the world, to what is needed, for example, when we are looking into the direction of a continent. And for Africa, for example, it is crystal clear. This will be the continent with the most important population in 2050. 2.5 billion inhabitants. Addressing at the same time the challenge of economic development, we have still 600 million of Africans without access to electricity. But this should be oriented into sustainable development. Otherwise, it will be a disaster. At international level, at global level, and extremely also dangerous and devastating for us. Accordingly, we have a particular responsibility as Europeans to work hard in that direction, addressing all these challenges in a sort of new, clever approach, opening window and door amongst sectors, and pushing new technologies at all levels. In particular, we need some breakthrough. This is valid for hydrogen, but not only. We should have a responsibility to build a new industrial basis, better connected with the new clean energy approach. Using the best materials, the best technique at all levels, for generation, for transmission, for distribution, for demand. And doing that, we will pave the way for a new society, for the profitability of the whole population, of all European people and all people in the world. Thank you very much for your attention. And I would like again to thank the Minister for the excellent cooperation for preparing this meeting, to thank the representative of the European Parliament for all things we are doing together in the context of a clean energy package and beyond, and addressing common challenges. Challenge for energy, challenge for transport, challenge for industry, and challenge for the scientific community. This is the way to proceed. We should work more and better together and join forces and expertise. Donc, thank you very much. And I would like to ask all the panelists now to join me in the podium for the first panel, of course. Please. Yes. I would like to start this first panel. I will pass from one to the other. We will manage in order to have a real dialogue. Donc I would like to ask each to be relatively short for the first statement, around 5 minutes, 5-6 minutes maximum. And I would like to start with Niels Roque, the chairman of the European Energy Research Alliance. We are doing many things together. The Alliance is one of the most important in Europe, and accordingly, your positioning vis-à-vis clean energy in Europe, but also with key external partners, is for us of fundamental importance. Donc, please, you have the floor.
Thank you for that introduction, Dominique. Dear honored delegates, I'm asked here to give the view from the energy research and innovation community at large and answer how can we address the challenges ahead in achieving the 2030 and 2050 energy and climate targets of Europe. I address this with a positive mind, also echoing the ending session of the first introduction here by Mr. Ristori, which also was very positive laden. A bright future is ahead of us. It's a bright future because we had to grasp the opportunity in front of us, the low-carbon society, so low that it actually has to be net zero by mid-century. This will give a better world, not the opposite, which is contrary to what we often hear. The present path is the path which will put us in jeopardy and cost so much more to rectify, if possible at all. I'm chair of the European Energy Research Alliance, ERA. We have 250 partner institutes and universities in 30 countries, which employ over 50,000 people in energy research. This pan-European research network is an integral piece in bringing forward the energy and climate transition in Europe and the world. ERA is in fact the world's largest low-carbon energy research and innovation community, came out of the SET plan and is a structure which is here to stay. It's a valuable asset, whatever strategy Europe adopts to meet the Paris Agreement. The Mission Innovation Initiative was mentioned before. EU is a partner in this. Mission Innovation works to double the public research and innovation funding within clean energy, within its partnership from roughly 1.8 to 3.6% by 2021. This is a highly commendable step, but we have a significant funding gap, which we need to fill if we're going to keep our words towards Paris. So Europe needs to invest more in energy and climate research and innovation. The risk is low and the return is high. Single-digit research and innovation investments in clean energy is not sufficient for us to reach the Paris Agreement or the 55% emission reduction resolution by 2030, which was seen by the European Parliament, or a climate neutral target by 2050. We have to change course, or else we'll end up where we're heading. What kind of research and innovation do we need to be on track for 2030 and for 2050? Clearly, Europe needs a reinforced research and innovation agenda for low-carbon energy, technology and systems. We have to decarbonize the electricity sector, whereof 30% is renewable at present, the industrial sector and processes, transportation, mobility, heating and cooling, and the agricultural sector. It will be far too comprehensive for me to mention all the technologies needed in this context, also to bring forward by the key enabling technologies and the system integration needs. But let me point to some urgent needs. We heard the discussion about hydrogen. We need a concerted action on hydrogen. We need to catch up with other economies and capitalize on excellent research and development environments in Europe today. Hydrogen can be used and produced sustainably from renewables and from natural gas using carbon capture and storage. It is also a fuel which can be used across so many sectors: power, industry, transport on land, rail, heavy-duty trucks, marine applications, heating and cooling, cooking, intermediate storage of energy in a system dominated by intermittent power. I could go on. It could provide societal services in the road towards 2030 and 2050, and maybe not as hydrogen even, maybe as transportation fuel, as ammonia, or to transport it as liquid organic hydrogen carriers. To cut it short, we need versatile carbon-free fuels. Offshore deep wind has capacity factors far exceeding those from onshore wind turbines. We need to harvest the clean energy in the North Sea. I will coin that the energy Silicon Valley of Europe. Let's boost this effort, which will give new opportunities for businesses and value creation. The window of opportunity is wide open for deep offshore wind. We also need storage technologies ranging from batteries to hydrogen, increased interconnectors and smart grids to ensure net zero difference between produced and consumed and stored within a tight frequency band. This is no small feat. There will also be a huge need for carbon negative solutions, which is a terribly coined phrase, by the way. It should be climate positive solutions. Examples are bio-CCS and other ways of providing net storage of CO2 from the atmosphere. Infrastructure for transport and storage of CO2 will thus be much needed and fast. Beware that storage is a prerequisite for these technologies to be effective. What instruments do we need to support this research and innovation activities? A novelty which we have talked a lot about from the ERA side is European Centers of Excellence. And I'm dry of time, I see. So maybe I should just move on to how we can encourage the industrial involvement in our activities. We need to continue to cooperate within Europe and along the TRL scale. We must continue to pursue and encourage the industrial involvement in our activities. And as such, the Horizon Europe program should even be more more industrial friendly than the present Horizon 2020. Europe needs to secure its own assets to ensure return on investment and a healthy supply of new impetus for a thriving economy. We need to keep excellent researchers and innovators in Europe, and Europe to be an attractive playground for high potential people, startups and companies. So, summarizing the points I have shared with you, Europe needs to invest more in clean energy research and innovation. The risk is low and the return is high. Europe needs a more forceful research and innovation agenda for clean energy technologies. We need European Centers of Excellence for Energy Research and Innovation and Accelerated Learning. This is a Berlin model at work. We must continue to pursue and encourage the industrial involvement in this transition. And finally, continue to stay optimistic. That is what will guide our way. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Niels, and thank you for the really excellent dialogue between your organization and the European Commission, in particular my department. I'm very pleased to see that we are present together in many fronts, and we will increase this cooperation. We will accelerate that in all key priorities you refer this morning. And now I'm very pleased also to invite a representative of university, professor in Eindhoven University, and we are curious to know your point of view regarding clean energy as a representative of a big university in Europe. Please, you have the floor.
Thank you very much. I wish I were a professor. I joined the University of Eindhoven 3 years ago after spending 20 years in the energy industry on the other side of things. And I am here representing NERA, who's part of ERA. And another interesting task I've been spending my time on since March is representing energy research in the negotiation of the climate agreement in the Netherlands. So what are the priorities getting on track to 2030? I actually see 2 and maybe 3. Cost reduction of renewables. If we want to electrify our industry and transport, it starts with the reduction of the cost of that electrification. This means slimmer, better and more carefully planned infrastructure, of course, but it also means making sure that the raw material of electrification, which is renewable electricity, comes at a low cost. Integration of renewables, I mean, the pictures you have of the Netherlands being an empty country with only windmills is long gone. There's very little space, and we need to find ways going further in sea, or to making sure that renewable energy comes closer to people, or in areas where we would rather use the ground otherwise. The third one, and immediately a challenge which we will carry along to 2050, is the challenge of keeping our energy system integrated and in balance. And there I feel the debate, and maybe I'm only speaking from a Dutch perspective, going back and forth between a strong need to believe and reality. This is the way the discussion on hydrogen is going in the Netherlands at the moment. It does not matter what your question is, the answer is hydrogen. Any questions that you ask about the current state of fundamentals, issues on electrolyzers or possibly on catalysis, any question you ask and you are branded anti-hydrogen and called counterproductive. By repeating all day that something already works and will deliver on time, you take the chance of not investing in the basic science around it. I think this is a worrisome development. There's an extreme focus at member states, or at least some member states, on delivering 2030. The longer term seems to be forgotten, and we are running the risk to make suboptimal choices by that focus. We're working on creating business models and having startup businesses flourish. Member states are focusing their efforts on economic growth, or at least making sure economic growth remains, and protecting their industry. But who takes care of 2050? I feel this is what Europe has to do. We need to align and work together on the big research themes that we are going to take along to 2050. In terms of instruments, I very much agree with the interview I read of Mr. Cañete, I'm not sure I'm pronouncing his name well, who said yesterday, the fight against climate change requires a collective action. Driving innovation and spreading that best practice quickly through a coordinated approach, and not member states working in splendid isolation. Negotiating the climate agreement at the moment means that we are thinking about scenarios whereby the Netherlands should be an island, not the most interconnected electricity market in Europe. Right now, when it comes to coordinating and concerting energy research within the member states, some member states seem unable to organize a Bible reading in a nunnery. Asking researchers to unite is definitely one way to go. This is one ERA and its members, like NERA's, are doing their best with. But it is crucial that member states show leadership and set up structures to ensure that researchers cooperate and expertise is combined. The concept of bilateral and multilateral cooperation, the principles of the set implementation plans need to be promoted by member states to create impact. I think now it is painstakingly slow. And then I want to finish with the realization that we need a lot of money. We're all working all in the world on the same crucial issues, and there's no guarantee the money will ever come back, but it is an investment we need to make. It's just like state defense. Investing in low TRL levels is something we cannot trust companies only to work on. We will need the basic science. There is no shame to admit that we do not know which way we're going and how we're going on many issues. It doesn't mean science has failed. It means science is working on it. And then I want you to realize, and this is maybe something I've taken from my past at energy business, that most of the money in the energy transition right now is trapped in the old and in the obsolete. Closing plants and writing off investment is a choice that many countries cannot afford to make. So thinking about investing wisely might be to help those plants and that old money convert in investment money to make them part of the solution. In there, we will have two main companions struggling with the same, India and China. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Madame. And now I will pass the floor to Watkins, Watkins. I'm very pleased to see you again in your new position. And perhaps you can use some of the most important production of International Energy Agency, World Energy Outlook, in order to assess not only the progress made in the front of clean energy, but also the future challenges. Please, you have the floor. Watkins.
Merci, Dominique, and thank you very much for inviting me here, also not only to the European Commission, but also to the Austrian presidency. I'm very pleased to be here. So I would like to give in a few slides, but very short, an overview where we are internationally, globally, on the importance of R&D and innovation. So my slides are coming up here, I hope. So the starting point is that energy-related CO2 emissions are increasing. It's not there, yeah. Can we, it's there, it's here, but not there. So I just wanted to make a few statements. So first of all, in our World Energy Outlook, which the IEA published last week and which was also presented here in Vienna a couple of days ago, we can see that energy-related CO2 emissions are increasing. So there had been a period of flat 2014, 2015, 2016 energy-related CO2 emissions, but in 2017 and also the latest figures for 2018 point at an increase of CO2 emissions related to energy. And that's a message, I think, a few weeks or a few days before COP24 in Katowice. And also for the 2050 strategy, the EU is right now preparing. There's a need for urgent action, and I'm also convinced that R&D and innovation can certainly play a key role in this decarbonization pathways. So if you look at the global picture, how much public spending on low-carbon energy technology, in research and technology, is there globally? And it's in US dollar, but maybe one day we can put it in euro as well. So the spending has been a bit stagnating over the last couple of years, but we see a positive trend in 2017. So the US increased by 14% the low-carbon energy research, and it's mainly for CCUS, but also for energy efficiency and renewables. Europe is also some positive news. Public spending has been increasing by roughly 10%, and then in the rest, in Asia and in the rest of the world. So overall, we have spending in RTD in energy by roughly $27 billion, but for low-carbon related research in energy, it's the first time we are slightly above $22 billion, which I think basically is good news. And we have 5 leading countries for public spending on energy RT&D, which are the US, China, Japan, but also France and Germany. This is only part of the picture. We all know that public spending is important, but most of the money in research and innovation comes from the private sector. And here the figures are much higher, $88 billion were spent in energy RTD in 2017. That means more or less 2/3 are from the private sector and the rest is from the public sector. One positive trend as well, 80% is low carbon worldwide, but 90% of the energy research in low carbon in Europe. So Europe is leading in low carbon energy research. Just a few examples, because the IEA is tracking all kinds of technologies, all kind of, in a broad sense, low carbon technologies. So we came out with a Tracking Clean Energy Progress Report about 38 different clean energy technologies. And you can see, it's quite clear, green means on track, orange there's some progress, and red there's no progress. And we are updating that every year, since many years. And we can see worldwide that out of these 38 low-carbon technologies, there are only 4 which are on track. The electric vehicles, solar PV, lighting, and data centers and networks, which is very good news, but it's only 4 out of 38. And we can see something which is extremely important, like hydrogen or digitalization, which we all need in the long-term strategy to push much more forward. They are on progress, but not on track. So we will come back to that and look a little bit deeper why. Let me just take one example where I think we can highlight how much the role of governments and regulation can play in the sense that new technology take up quicker. And I chose the example, just one example of lighting, because there the EU was extremely in the lead, not only the EU, but the EU has pushed that up. And we can see that in 2017, 1 out of every 3 lamps was on LED, and only 3 years ago, it was 1 out of 10. And we can also see that, without surprise, the costs have played a big role in driving that rapid uptake. Let me conclude. When we say R&D spending, which is important, and there is a positive trend, we also need not only to look at the clean energy technologies, but also on the innovation pathways. How much innovation we do need, and how can we track clean energy innovation progress. And that is something new we are doing now at IEA since a few months, based on the tracking of clean energy technologies. So we have not only looked at the 34 clean energy technologies which are not on track, we try to look a bit more in depth on how much, where are the barriers, where are the innovation gaps, much more can be done. And here, just the last slide on this, where we have, for example, energy storage, battery, which is a big thing as well, not only here in Europe, but others. So I think on the website, you can find much more innovation. The IEA will come out next year with 2 global papers, one on hydrogen and one on innovation, which will be presented at the Clean Energy Ministerial Mission Innovation Conference and at the G20 Energy Conference. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mathilde, for this excellent analysis. And International Energy Agency is very well placed to develop this analysis at global level. And the association process with many additional countries, such as China, India, Brazil, but also South Africa, very recently, is facilitating this type of analysis, extremely important also for us. Thank you very much. And I would like now to pass the floor to you, to Yorgo Katsimatkarkis. He is the Secretary General of Hydrogen. We refer many times to hydrogen this morning. Accordingly, the floor is yours to add some additional points for the future. Please, Yorgo.
Thank you, Dominique. And first of all, let me congratulate you to this panel. It's the first time I'm in a scientific panel where the majority is female. So congratulations to that one. This is excellent. Thank you also for having me here. And this is the world of Hydrogen Europe. You can see it's not small. It's a lot of members that we have. We have nearly 200 members. 1/3 is research, some are national associations, and you see some of the panelists are, SINTEF is a member and also Shell is a member. And we were created to start the so-called fuel cell hydrogen joint undertaking, which is a public-private partnership between the European Commission, represented by you, Dominique, hydrogen research, and I myself, I'm, so to say, chairing the group of industry that you see here. Now, we are quite proud, and again, congratulations to you, but also to our Austrian host, that a few weeks ago, you initiated, and I think you personally played quite a role in it, this hydrogen initiative, which was signed in Linz at First Alpines place, where steel will be produced not with coal anymore in the future, but with hydrogen. You can heat ore and reduce the oxygen from ore, not with CO, coal monoxide, but with hydrogen. And Austria is one of the countries going that way. Sweden is another example, and in Germany we will see that also. Now, the challenge is clear, and the challenge has been mentioned by the previous speakers, also by Minister Hofer. It is the decarbonization, and I would add the deep decarbonization until 2050. That's the clear goal that President Juncker has stated and made clear. But this is the reality. The reality is, and Mechtel just mentioned it, that we are not on a good track at the moment. It's not only us Europeans, it's the world that has problems. And this is due to the sheer costs. If we would go for only renewables, you can see here the cycle of renewables, the intermittency, we would need to ramp up, if we go electricity only, to ramp up the power grid by far. Is it 6 times, is it 7 times, is it 9 times? It is very, very expensive. And this is one of the reasons why many, many people are afraid, when they see the bill, that the Paris goal, the IPCC, will be shredded. That is the reason. The high costs are the reason why many, many people fear that something like here on this cartoon will happen with the IPCC, and that would be a disaster, a word that has been mentioned here. Now, the reason is that storage has been discovered quite late, but storage is extremely important. You can see here that if we go for a renewable world only, then you will have the problem of the curtailed energy that cannot be captured by the power grid, that you need to bring by seasonal storage into the periods of deficit. And that is why hydrogen has become so popular lately. It is a very, very cheap and seasonal, long-term, high-volume storage possibility. You can see that battery is excellent, flywheel, all this is excellent, but it serves other purposes. And we need to find the right technology for every purpose. And when it comes to that seasonal storage, then hydrogen is an interesting player and an interesting technology. Why? Because it's extremely versatile. It helps to integrate by one big volumes of renewable energy into the system. You can distribute it much faster and cheaper by using the gas grid. And the gas grid makes the transport of renewable energy 10 to 20 times cheaper than the power grid. To transport an electron is 10 to 20 times more expensive than a molecule. And that is another reason why it's so interesting. Also, it can act as a buffer between power and gas grid. And this helps then to decarbonize transportation, industrial energy use, building heat and power, but also to replace feedstock, which is carbon, which is fossil, in the chemical industry, petrochemical industry, and also in the steel industry, by green hydrogen. This here is your result, Dominic. This is, so to say, the modeling that you have done to understand, also to prepare the long-term decarbonization study. What will be the cost of decarbonization? And you can see here a basic decarbonization scenario, which is rather more electric, and a balanced scenario which tries to balance the different grids, which tries to bring in the positive effects that the gas grid can have via hydrogen. And you can see that in the time between 2020 and 2030, the costs are similar. But after, from 2031 to, from 2031 to 2050, the cost goes considerably down, because then, of course, you will have hydrogen at scale, and you will use also the gas grid for the transport of hydrogen at scale. So this leads to an affordable deep decarbonization, and to a term which is very important, sector integration or sectoral integration. You can see here on this slide the blue field, which is the power field. You can see the yellow, which is the gas, and you can see this orange, which integrates both power to gas, which helps to use the positive effects of the gas grid by not putting too much stress on the electricity grid, and then to translate it into heating and cooling, so into residential use, into transportation, and that makes hydrogen so attractive. Now, if we look at the history of disruption in the energy system, there have been some stages and some disruptive approaches. Is hydrogen the next energy miracle? I warn you, and that's what I did with the energy ministers when we met in Linz. We don't need another hype. And if we look at the so-called hype cycles, you can see that normally there are 6 different things. Yeah? The technology trigger, then there is a peak of inflated expectations, then there is the disillusionment, and then you have the slope of enlightenment until you reach the plateau of productivity. But to be also positive here, we have had our disillusion already in the past. You remember that there was this Jeremy Rifkin announcing the hydrogen economy in the beginning of the last decade, 2003, and we went through this, and we are now in this slope of enlightenment. But this takes investment. Here you see the valley of death. You can see here that until such a technology takes up, it takes 7 to 10 years. We all have to go through this. There's no chance. You need to invest. You need to believe in this. What we need, and I'm looking at Mr. Molterer, because Mr. Molterer is representing the EIB. We cannot do this with public money only, with public funding only. We need public funding to start on that, but we need the so-called crowd-in process. We need the EIB to help to smoothen crowding in of private money. And the petrochemical industry, we have Shell possibly as the next speaker, plays a very, very important role. And these are 2 pictures from last Friday, our stakeholder forum, which is the big family gathering of the hydrogen world. Vice President Šefčovič was there. He clearly said a simple thing. He said, you hydrogen guys in Europe, you are world class. He's right when it comes to electrolyzers. The battery people were lagging behind, 5 years. So I needed to give them some money to catch up, but I want you to stay world class. So this is what he said, and we are very confident that this will continue. Also, Mauro Petriccione, who is your colleague, Dominic, from DG Klima, rather new colleague, but very, very committed colleague, he said, if you can help me, I will invest into you, because he's the master of the ETS Innovation Fund, the trading system, the allowances that come in from the ETS system will be handled by him, and he's committed. He's committed to invest. My name was full. He said, whoa, I thought you were a small bunch of people. You have quite some friends, and it's true. It was a quite successful meeting. Now, where are we in hydrogen? You can see here that it's not only about storage, it's also, and that's the versatility of this nice carrier, we can also translate it in applications. You can see here on this slide the small triangles that tell you it's mass market on global scale. In forklifts, we are there already. In buses, we are nearly there. But most of the mass market applications that we will see in the hydrogen world will come after 2020. So in the next period of Hydrogen Europe funding. And that is why it's very, very important to continue exactly this support that hydrogen gets from this fuel cell joint undertaking, because what we created is a glue to elaborate on all these nice technologies. Key is, of course, the electrolyzer technology. Here, the Europeans definitely are leading. We have the global world market leader with 48% of world market in Europe. That's ThyssenKrupp of electrolyzer industry. And here we need to stay number one, to stay top. That's why we are building a 40 gigawatt electrolyzer coalition, which is important. And we need, I'm looking at Shell, the petrochemical industry, because you will need green hydrogen in your desulfurization process. At the moment you use grey hydrogen. But RED II, thanks very much DG Enner, thanks very much Commission, but also I see Mr. Kochlicek, thanks very much the Parliament. I have to admit it happened in the trialogue, what I will mention now. We are now able to use green hydrogen in refining, in the refining mode, and that is a big, big business. That's 40 billion euro per year all over the globe. And we can use green hydrogen, which will be then acknowledged towards the GHG targets. That's new, that's RED II, and that helps the crowding in process. So you have the petrochemical industry, and Shell is the best in class, because Shell is not only a member, Shell invests already in exactly that technology in Wesseling in Cologne. But there are other technologies as well. I'm very happy that Mechthild now is engaging in carbon capture, storage and usage, utilization. Here you have one example from Australia. The Australians are turning natural gas into hydrogen and graphite. Graphite is very, very important for batteries, but also for electrodes. So you need graphite as a raw material, and you can get it out of coal, but better out of natural gas. And then you have blue hydrogen, hydrogen which is decarbonized, or the whole solid carbon processing. So you have carbon black, you have carbon fiber. These all are solid carbon products, processes where hydrogen plays a very, very important role. And I have to say, we were not looking into these elements in the FCH-JU, in the joint undertaking. We have to look at them if we want to have a faster decarbonization, because we need CCU. We cannot say no to it. Let me say a few words that's now a political message to research and innovation. Whereas research is turning money into knowledge, we are good in that. Innovation is turning the knowledge into money. We are bad at it. And we need to learn, and we need to understand that it doesn't help if you have, I now use a German word, Schiss. The Germans understand. Schiss is to poo in your pants because you are afraid, Angst. This here is from Automotor Sport, the biggest magazine on cars in Europe. You can imagine that the German OEMs play quite a role to let this magazine survive. 1 month ago, they made a big announcement on the new hydrogen car, of the second generation hydrogen car from Hyundai, which is the Nexo. Excellent car, my car. So I have it. Of course, I have a Greek name, I'm a German. I always had German cars, but this time there is no German car. So I had to go for the Korean car, which is German design, by the way. It's designed in Offenbach. It's a very nice car. And the editor-in-chief, Ralf Alex, says, die Asiaten haben Mut, die Deutschen haben Schiss. The Asians have the courage, the Germans have no courage. Shit, Schiss. And he describes that car as, wow, there was no button on it, I saved the world, or this is hydrogen. No, it was a normal car, and this is what it is about. What we produce is disruptive technology, but normal technology. But I can tell you, and I'm a little bit clear on that now, Daimler is my member. I want the Daimler car on the street. They got a little bit more than Hyundai got out of the FCHU. I want the car on the street. We cannot wait anymore. And that is why we need to put all our hands together, and we need to overcome this valley of death by combining, by doing financial engineering, by combining FP9, so FCHU 3 possibly. EIB, I have it here, Mr. Molterer, so crowding in, but also regional funding, and CEF, the Connecting Europe facility, which will be very, very important to have demonstrators, to have big ramping up of the technology that is mature, that just needs the support of all of us. Thanks very much.
Thank you very much, Jorgo, for your very impressive presentation, and I share your views regarding the importance to become more performant on innovation in order to turn knowledge into money, to turn knowledge into new market and new products, and this is a real challenge. And you refer also to Shell. Accordingly, I'm very pleased now to introduce Monica Ozemblas, Executive Vice President for Safety and Environment in Shell. Please, you have the floor.
I'd like to make 3 points. One on our Shell scenario, Shell Sky scenario, one on what Shell is actually doing to play its part, and one on the importance of CCUS. Many of you will know that Shell has developed scenarios for many, many years. Our latest scenario, called Sky, outlines a pathway for society to achieve the Paris goals. It shows that it's possible, technically and economically possible, but it's very challenging. So the key levers to achieve the goals of Paris for the world are policy, technology, and consumer choices. And overarching, unprecedented collaboration across all sectors is required to get there. So let me share a couple of key steps that the world needs to take to get to Paris. A step change in the pace of energy efficiency gains, a tripling of the rate of electrification of final energy, development of new energy solutions, renewables, biofuels, and hydrogen. I heard a lot about hydrogen. Decisive policy actions, including government-led carbon pricing, an extensive growth in facilities for carbon capture, usage, and storage, and a complete end to deforestation. So we work on our scenarios with many internal and external experts. We collaborate with academia like MIT and NGOs like the Nature Conservancy to calibrate our efforts. But this is producing a solution for the world, a possible pathways for the world. So I believe it's fair to ask now, what is Shell doing in terms of its approach, in terms of innovation and research? So nearly exactly a year ago, we announced our net carbon footprint ambition. And my organization plays a big part in this, so I was very invested in that then and now. And what it entails is that we have declared an ambition to the outside world to reduce the life cycle carbon intensity of the energy products we sell in line with society. And the important thing in this ambition is it doesn't just include scope 1 and 2, so our operations, but it includes scope 3, which is the lion's share. To deliver such an ambition, we need to pull many, many levers. And we need to offer a whole range of low carbon energy products. And technology is key in many of these. We need to provide low carbon fuels to customers. We need to supply gas for power, provide renewable power from solar and wind, develop carbon capture and storage, develop natural climate solutions such as forests and wetlands to help compensate for emissions that are hard to decarbonize. One example of an investment in research is our so-called IH² technology. In India, we have built a demonstration plant to test this technology that directly converts organic matter, that can be wood shavings, agricultural residues, or even sorted municipal waste, into high-quality gasoline, diesel, and jet fuel. The pilot plant is in its final research and development stage, ahead of possible scaling up for commercial production. Now, also here, collaboration is key. This process was not developed by us. It was developed by the US-based Gas Technology Institute. And Shell, through its Catalyst company, has acquired exclusive license rights to implement the technology worldwide, with more than 10 licenses agreed so far for feasibility studies. Now, for the long term, we also aim at acquiring deeper understanding of the science and engineering that underlies new technologies. Again, collaboration is the key word here, particularly collaboration with academia. It's all about improved understanding of materials that eventually can help us to address fundamental energy transition challenges in the field of advanced energy storage, novel batteries, dense energy carriers such as liquid hydrogen. We're also looking into full system integration. In our technology center in Houston, we have built our own microgrid that allows us to experiment with the ways in which various types of energy sources can be connected to various types of energy consumers. We are learning how to incorporate intermittent renewables in an energy system that is efficient, reliable, and convenient for our customers. Closer to home, at the Vienna Green CO2 project, just a few kilometers away, we work with many partners to pilot a more energy-efficient carbon capture technology. We capture up to 1 ton CO2 per day from a biomass power plant's flue gas. The pilot testing is intended to provide the data needed for upscaling of the technology and to make a well-informed decision for next steps. We know that carbon capture usage and storage is critical to decarbonize the industrial sectors where there is no other solution at this point in time to reduce greenhouse gas emissions at scale. And also in the recent IPCC report, it stated, given project long lead times and the need for technological innovation, early scale-up of industry CCS is essential to achieve the stringent temperature target. And the benefits of CCUS go far beyond climate mitigation. This can create and retain significant number of jobs in some of Europe's key industries. We need decisive support from EU policymakers and collaborative environment to put in place the framework to make CCUS happen. The Northern Lights project in Norway, where Shell is partnering with Equinor and Total, is an example of how the oil and gas industry can work with other industries to decarbonize the economy. The support of the Norwegian government is critical to this project. So let me just conclude with stressing again that meeting the challenges of the energy transition will require unprecedented collaboration at all sectors. At Shell, we embrace the challenge. Together with many of you as partners, we will continue to innovate, to develop new CO2 abatement technologies, new fuels and energy storage technologies. Getting to the goals of Paris is very, very challenging, but with a unique collaborative effort, I strongly believe it's possible. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. And now I will pass the floor to Theresia Vogel, in charge of Austrian Energy and Climate Fund. Please, you have the floor.
Okay. Thank you for the kind introduction. It's a pleasure to be here with you, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, European citizens. My input will come from the side of a funding practitioner in a country. And I think it will be a little bit different to all what was said on European and global level. Even the numbers are fascinating there. The European goals for 2030 and 2050 are often called too ambitious, but no doubt they are essential for a prosperous future. Only shifts appropriate to the scale of our climate crisis have any prospect of avoiding that. The conclusion was mentioned today often. We need an energy revolution, and also disruption was often mentioned. But unfortunately, disruption cannot be ordered. Mindset and accident play an important role, as well as cross-sectoral activities. So this is the pity with disruption. The conclusion is clear. For the future, we suppose that there is unfortunately no such thing as a single solution to turn emissions around, even not hydrogen. We will see a smart but fragmented system of integrated renewables, maximum efficiency, and with hopefully minimum losses, with growing flexibility, which is based on innovative technologies and additional infrastructure and an adequate market design. Solutions in regions may be different, but decarbonization happens more or less similar in 5 transformation phases. And with our fund, we support all of them. The first is to boost clean, innovative technologies. We have gone part of the way, but there is still huge need to support basic research, especially material research, to speed up industrial research, and to give incentives to the market entrance of new technologies. This we think is very important, because otherwise we can't keep the balance of delivering new technologies and the market which is asking for them. The second will be to build up in parallel, to build up storage capacity. And even if hydrogen is a new kid on the block, we will need storage of any kind, especially, for example, in the heating sector, electricity, pump storage as well as biomass and biogas, to provide flexibility. The focus has to be on a holistic approach. It was mentioned today. We will see integrated systems, and we are supporting them. And sector coupling, they have to be tackled. Distributed systems have to play together. And I think that digitalization is a large enabler for that. At least we have not mentioned today the real-time test beds, I think so, but we will have the need for large-scale test beds where also citizens are involved, the customers are involved, and we can test out new technologies and the interaction between several technologies. The third point from our point of view is to boost the efficiency. Efficiency measures have to take place. This is not a very sexy thing, but it's necessary to bring down the energy demand. A very important point from our experience is to deal with the existing infrastructure, because the infrastructure is more or less the most expensive part of energy transition and the most long-lasting part of the energy transition. If we invest in a special infrastructure, we have a lock-in for about 5 decades. We have to keep that in mind. So we need to use the existing infrastructure and have to rapidly rebuild it. During the next decades, the point will be to use what is here, what we have on infrastructure, for the better integration of renewable energy. I think this was mentioned also a little bit with this hydrogen topic, because we can use the gas grid which is existing, for example, to bring in also some special amount of hydrogen. And finally, there was also mentioned the question of decarbonization. There are still a lot of loose ends to say, and especially in the energy-intensive sector, there is a huge demand for research. We will tomorrow present our national flagship regions for energy. There are 3 regions have been established during the last months. They will now have the kick-off, and we will give funding to them for about 8 years. With an amount of approximately 40 million euros per region. And the interesting point for some of you may be that they are dealing with topics of high interest, first of all with the hydrogen topic. The second will be the question of smart systems integration, smart grids, and balanced management between rural and urban areas as well. And the last thing will be new energy for industry. It will also be presented today. We follow the question how to to enable an industry with 100% renewable energy. And even if the time perspective is 2050 and beyond, it's important to have the first steps now. From our perspective, and we have at least to boost innovation, we have to speed up the energy transition and to bring scale and speed to that. This also means money, at least. The allocation of money will be very important. Even though if we can bring in private money, it's important to have incentives from a governmental side, from a European side, on all levels. And from our experience in the background, we have identified some success factors. The first of all, which we are often asked, is there a long-term strategy available? Are there long-term technology pathways and roadmaps available? Our customers ask for that because this gives them a long-term perspective and it gives them reliability for investments. This is very important, often underestimated. A second point is to provide significant support along the whole innovation circle and to bundle activities for climate-related energy projects. Today we have heard there is a lot of initiatives, a lot of structures dealing with this topic, but at least large-scale projects and long-term projects need a kind of a one-stop shop where they can ask for any kind of funding related to the project. They are not willing to check several structures to ask for money. We also need an agile project development. We have talked of disruption. Long-term projects need to be flexible enough to have to anticipate upcoming new trends. Digitalization is one of them. Automatization is another point. Last but not least, I would like to mention that the Austrian Climate and Energy Fund, which is supported by the two organizing ministries, trusts in the power of innovation frontrunners. We mean smart cities and smart regions, local knowledge for global effects. We have excellent experience in working together with more than 40 cities and 90 regions in Austria. More than 4.5 million people are involved and they get in touch with innovation. They learn about the possibilities of new technologies. And from our perspective, is much more important to bring in a lot of communication about the energy transition, to monitor the energy transition, to report of success examples, and also to use success examples to roll them out in a broader scale. It's not necessary to innovate everything again and again and again. The learning from each other is important, and outside you will see that we have really a picture, or we have done a picture all around Austria, and these regions are interacting, these cities are exchanging experience. We think this is very important, and also to bring in private money, because even if enterprises are engaging them in the projects, in innovation projects, it's also important to involve people, citizens, to bring in their private money, because if you think of private small-scale PV installations and other stuff, there people have to spend their own money. You just can give small incentives. So it's very important to bring them into the projects. Against the background of our experience, we can see an important role of research and innovation within the energy transition perspective, but we have not to forget promises of future research and innovation should not just act as a reason to decide nothing right now and to prevent us of taking necessary measures or decisions. Again, I would like to mention that this also includes the allocation of adequate budgets for research and innovation. I think Europe has a good starting point for becoming a global innovation hub for decarbonization. Global business is booming and we should be at the forefront of the Paris Agreement. We have to keep in mind that no country is an energy island. The renewables are spread over the continent, over the globe, and therefore it's clear that transforming Europe's energy system can best be done together. It's up to every one of us to make energy transition happen, so we should get to action. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I would like to thank all the panelists, but also to ask the audience if you have 2 or 3 questions. I can take 2 or 3 questions at the end before concluding. Who would like to intervene? It's clear? Yes? Please, could you present yourself and then your question? No, you have a micro. You have a micro.
Thank you very much. Rainer Janssen from WIP in Munich. I'm also EURIC president since beginning of the year. My question would be to the audience, I was a little surprised, I have to admit, that hydrogen was so dominant on the podium. It my personal feeling is, let's say, hydrogen can be a very interesting part of the overall integration and sector coupling. But we should not forget that hydrogen is an energy carrier, which may play a very important role within the integrated systems. But I was a little surprised that the very important achievements by solar PV, for instance, or wind, or other heating and cooling technologies, even advanced biofuels, received quite a little attention on the podium. Now I know that the SET plan is looking into the future, but we will also need to further develop all these renewable energy technologies together with all kinds of energy carriers that were shown on one of the slides. Thank you.
Thank you. First of all, I will pass the floor to two of you, Niels and Jorgo, and then I will add some additional things, please.
You are absolutely right. Hydrogen cannot be, should not be the blue-eyed boy of the European Union, the new kid on the block. No, it's one technology out of many. However, all the achievements in solar and wind have a bottleneck, and that's at the moment the power grid and the storage. And that is why it is an enabler, it's a carrier, very well observed, but it's by that an enabler that opens new horizons also for the other technologies. Be sure that we are working very closely together with both, with the wind and solar world, renewable world, but also with gas. That's very, very important. And we are supporting them. We are in favor of sector integration. I always prefer if a panel is about sector integration and not about hydrogen. So I absolutely share your view.
Yeah, I think it was a bit by coincidence, because in my speech I brought up hydrogen because I think it's lacking in some of the roadmaps. I don't see it in the IPCC, I don't see it that much in the IEA roadmaps either, so I think it's something we should pursue. I fully agree, and it was by coincidence that I brought it up. You know, I could have talked about PV, I could have talked about wind, which I did for the deep wind, and smart cities, regions, smart grids, all that stuff, you know. So I fully agree we should have a balanced view on this. There is no silver bullet, huh? We need all that stuff.
You've heard what I think about it, but I think the only reason we are even presented with the luxury to talk about converting renewable electricity is because it was made cheaper in the first place. So the top priority is making sure that that electricity, which is going to go in electrolyzers, is cheap, plentiful, available electricity. So I entirely, agree with you.
Thank you. Patrick, please.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Patrick Clarence. I'm Secretary General of EASE, the European Association for Storage of Energy. And I want to take up on this point. I mean, I know there's time constraints, but we could have storage also mentioned today in this panel. Would that be a perfect fit? Actually, energy storage is also a tool to decarbonize. It's a tool to integrate variable sources, to bring flexibility to the system. And we are talking now about a lot of technologies. And they need all to work together to balance the system. So it's not only about long-term carriers, which are needed, but also short-term and balancing this. And what we see is a very good attention on hydrogen as a seasonal storage, as a sector interface, and we need to build on this to maybe see in the next Horizon Europe how storage can get as such, as a whole, a more prominent role. In the European Parliament, there are intergroups on different topics, but not on storage. So we need to see how we can unlock, and we have a whole campaign which is called Storage for EU, and the title is The Era of Storage Has Only Just Begun, and that's what's happening.
Yeah, I would like to add on that about this storage and hydrogen. I think the future of hydrogen will first start where high energy density is needed on the one hand side, and on the other hand side it's the long-term storage questions. For the other things we have other solutions also which are at least more affordable, to be honest. So where does it start? Where do we need this energy density? On the one hand side, energy intensive industry, then the heavy load, transport of heavy load, and long distances. These are the first fields where we really need this hydrogen as an energy carrier. Storage, at least it's a geological construction. And I think we are profiting of an H2 system, but the question is, where will it start? And there we see special things where we can start with that, not because it's possible to store it just.
Of course. Letkin.
Just one word, as I showed one slide with the 38 different clean energy technologies which are all needed in the long term. And 4 were on track, and for example, hydrogen were not on track. So it's good to speak about hydrogen, not as the only solution. But there was also digitalization, CCUS for energy intensives and others, which I think we all mentioned here, which are worth developing for the future. And what I can see now in IEA as relatively new job there, it's not only in Europe hydrogen, it's also very much a Japanese who are interested, for example, in working on hydrogen. And there are some others on energy storage, which is quite key, but we shouldn't forget, and there I tend to agree to the first speaker on the overall importance of renewables. Thank you.
Thank you very much. It is now time to conclude this panel. I would like to thank all panelists, but also to say clearly, the set plan is instrumental in terms of pushing, supporting clean energy transition. And in that context, I am very pleased to see that the 13 implementation plans already prepared around the main thematic area are addressing all the key challenges in the context of renewables, in the context of energy efficiency, but also in the context of transport, in the context of storage, all aspects of storage. Of course, hydrogen, batteries, hydro pump, air compressed, all types of storage, but also CCS. And all these things should be addressed together because we need breakthrough technologies in the context of clean energy transition and in the context of decarbonization. This is only the start. So thank you very much for the first panel, and we will continue with the second one. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you. So as the panel leave the stage, ladies and gentlemen, we heard there, and at the beginning, Dominique talked about that decisive momentum that we have now as those targets for 2030 for renewables and energy efficiency have been agreed, as we move towards agreement on other parts of the clean energy package, and we await the publication of the 2050 strategy. So it's an ideal moment to take stock of progress and to identify those key next steps, because as was said at the beginning, it's not just about setting the targets, it's about turning them into results, and that is what the set plan key actions are designed to do, and those implementation plans that Dominique just talked about. We heard there about some of the key challenges as our opening speakers and this panel saw to enable research and innovation to play its central role in that energy transition, as it must if we are to get there. We heard again and again about the importance of collaborating. We cannot work in splendid isolation. We need unprecedented collaboration across all sectors. Also the importance of international cooperation. The Minister talked about it's important to get critical mass in developing new innovative solutions, and the crucial element, providing the right financial support through public instruments, but also leveraging and generating that private investment that is so vital. We're going to come back on all of these issues in our plenary discussions and debates. Our next session is going to be on that question of financing instruments to support research and innovation, and then we're going to talk about the international aspect, the international cooperation aspect, and then we'll come to those parallel sessions later on. And just to remind you of the 3 overarching questions we would like, both here on the stage, in the parallel sessions, and in your contributions. 3 key questions we are trying to answer over this day and a half. What research and innovation do we need now to be on track for 2030 and 2050? And our panel gave us some answers to that question already. What instruments do we need, financial and otherwise, to support this research and innovation? And how and with whom do we need to cooperate to deliver on the priorities that you are all helping to identify, that are identified in the set plan concrete actions. We've had some first answers here. I hope we will get a lot more over the next day and a half. Coffee is served and we will resume. It's a short coffee break, so it's a quick grab and come back if you would. 20 minutes and then back here for our second session. When you hear the bing bongs, please come back in as quickly as you can. Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, could I ask you to take your seats as quickly as possible, please, as we need to get underway. Thank you very much. Quickly as possible now, please. Thank you. The way that works. I like it. Oh, thank you. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. I'm going to start even as people are still trickling in because we have a lot to discuss and never enough time in which to do it. Such is the nature of a conference with such a rich program as we have here today. So, as I said before the break, we're now going to focus on investing in research and innovation to speed up the energy transition. What are the tools and instruments? Everyone in this room knows all too well the scale of investment that is going to be required to deliver the energy transition, to meet the set plan objectives and deliver on those key actions. And we're going to hear in this session about the significant sums being allocated in the post-2020 EU budget, the proposal at this stage still being negotiated, to this, and in particular under the Research and Innovation Instrument Horizon Europe. And we're going to consider how funding and financing schemes at different levels of governance, national, European, international, can best interact and be used together to provide a supportive environment, and what types of cooperation mechanisms will be needed in future. The crucial question: what are the challenges ahead? What are the possible way forwards? How can we make best use of the tools and instruments we already have, and do we need any new ones? Before I introduce your chair for this session, the European Commission Vice President for Jobs, Growth, Investment and Competition, Jyrki Katainen, couldn't be with us today, but he did send us a message. So let's watch that video.
Ladies and gentlemen, the Strategic Energy Technology Plan, as a collective effort of the national governments and the European Commission, has successfully delivered the implementation plans. This will help to reach the ambitious goals of the Energy Union, and I'm very pleased to see it happening. Europe has a unique opportunity to lead the clean energy transition. But to do that, we need to be fully committed. We need to be active at global as well as at the local level. We need to do more research, and we need to leverage more private investment. A problem we often face with regard to innovation in clean energy is that it requires time to be developed and high capital investments. This makes them particularly risky and unattractive investments to traditional venture capital firms. We cannot just respond to this with public sector grants. Without filling the financing gap that technologies face between the lab demonstration and commercialization, many potentially impactful technologies will never reach the market. This is why we have been reflecting on how to make the best use of grants, financial instruments and blended finance throughout the different phases of the innovation cycle. And we have made proposals to this end. One example is the European Innovation Council under the Future Horizon Europe. Our idea is that it will provide direct, tailor-made finance and support to innovators through funding instruments, which will blend grants with equity or debt-like products. Our goal for the European Innovation Council is to help the creation of the markets of the future, particularly in breakthrough technologies, such as those we need for the clean energy transition. To test this idea, we have already launched a pilot under the current research framework program. And let us not forget the support through financial instruments will continue under the proposed InvestEU fund. It will include a specific research, innovation and digitization window, expected to trigger some 200 billion euros in that sector. We are very committed. Take the current example of Innofin energy demo projects, which has injected about 200 million euros this year in clean energy innovation projects. Another example is the public-private investment vehicle recently signed with the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation. Breakthrough Energy Europe will be co-funded with 100 million euros budget. The aim is to leverage additional private investment from other external investors willing to invest into the clean energy technologies sector in Europe, especially breakthrough technologies and first-of-a-kind demonstrations. I'm sorry not to be present today to discuss these and other ideas to meet the EU's objectives for 2030 and 2050, but I wish you a fruitful discussion and I look forward to hear its outcomes.
Commission Vice President Jyrki Katainen, ladies and gentlemen. So let me, at this point, hand over to your chair for this session, Patrick Child, who is Deputy Director General in DG Research and Innovation in the European Commission, to give us his thoughts and introduce his panel. Over to you, Patrick.
Thanks very much, Jackie, and it's a real pleasure for me to be here for what I think is the third set plan conference that I have attended, and the first one that's not been in Bratislava. So that perhaps gives me the opportunity also to thank and congratulate in particular the Austrian presidency for all their hard work in organising such a magnificent event in such an impressive venue. In setting the scene for this panel, which I think goes really to the heart of the challenge of the clean energy transition that we're all committed to, I'd like to touch on three main topics. Firstly, the huge challenges that we all face in meeting the targets of the Paris Agreement as we prepare for the COP meeting next month in Katowice. Secondly, the need for us to work together internationally to accelerate clean energy innovation in a global context. And thirdly, to develop a little bit some of the points that the Vice President has just presented to us on the financial instruments and tools that we at a European level are able to develop and deploy to support our collective efforts to work in this direction. I know that I don't need to persuade anyone in this room of the importance of combating climate change in terms of its existential global challenge for the years ahead. We've all seen the recent special report of the IPCC on the impacts and pathways that are required to achieve the Paris goals. And while we can be, of course, encouraged that the message of that report is that achieving the 2%, 1.5% increase scenarios is still possible, I think it is also a very stark underlining of the scale of the transition and the transformation of our economies and our societies if we're to get there. And that carbon emissions have to be drastically cut by all sectors of the economy. And I think that Mechtil's presentation a moment ago of the work that the IEA has been doing on some of the transformations that are going to be required gives us some very sobering conclusions, which will be further developed in the Commission's own proposals that we're expecting to present towards the end of this month on how we see the European Union's strategy for the reduction of greenhouse gas emissions to meet the Paris targets over the horizon of 2050. And I think that within all of this broader discussion, accelerating clean energy innovation is going to be fundamental if we're going to make these ambitious low-carbon scenarios a reality. We vitally need newer, more efficient and cheaper clean energy technologies with faster uptake of the market in order to reduce the costs of the transition and make decision makers more confident in seizing the opportunities that are out there, rather than only seeing the debate in terms of the costs that they will inevitably also bring. And more investments are needed to increase the pace of innovation and to increase the likelihood of transformational and disruptive innovations reaching the market. And within this, of course, research and innovation will help us to identify the most efficient transformation pathways and also to develop a portfolio of solutions to reduce their costs. I think we all are aware that the existing intended nationally determined contributions towards the Paris Agreement objectives will not be sufficient to keep temperature rise well below 2%. And therefore, we really need to accelerate our attention to the new opportunities and find breakthrough solutions. Part of this story is perhaps what we're trying to do at a global level through Mission Innovation. This is the group of 20 major economies which immediately after the COP conference in Paris in 2015 came together with a collective commitment to double publicly funded research and innovation into clean energy research and technology in the next 5 years. And as the Vice President has said, we've just had a major step forward in our cooperation with the private sector with the signature of the Memorandum of Understanding between Commissioner Carlos Moedas and Bill Gates recently in Brussels, signing on behalf of the Breakthrough Energy Coalition, this new 100 million, what we hope will be a first sort of groundbreaking new instrument to cooperate with the private sector. And the European Commission, more generally being one of the most engaged partners in Mission Innovation, has from the very start committed to increase our spending on clean energy research and innovation across Horizon 2020 to reach 2 billion euros in the year 2020. And I'm very happy to say that we are fully on track to deliver on this commitment. Horizon 2020 is, as you all know, the world's largest publicly funded research and innovation program, and we are committed to invest at least 35% of its 78 billion euro budget over the 7-year period in climate-related actions. Under Horizon 2020, however, a lot of the focus of what we've been doing is to support research and innovation through grants. And direct support to researchers and universities and the research community. But as clean energy technologies move closer to the market, access to risk finance, both in terms of equity and debt, becomes more and more essential. And this is when companies in Europe in particular tend to face difficulties and financing gaps and even the valley of death. And helping to get new technologies through and across the valley of death is something that we have increasingly, therefore, been working to achieve. It motivated us already in 2015 to launch the Innofin Energy Demonstration Projects, a financial facility which supports loans and quasi-equity technologies in services and manufacturing processes. And given its success, we've scaled it up to a budget of more than 700 million euros, both from Horizon 2020 and from unspent funds under the NER carbon emissions trading system. And I'm very happy that we will be discussing in our panel with two of the leading partners in this successful project through the European Investment Bank and also Innofin, the InnoEnergy KIC later in our discussions. And so through this facility, we finance, for example, a stepping stone to the first battery cell gigafactory in Europe, the Northvolt factory in Sweden, with a loan of 52 million euros earlier this year. And we're also supporting electric mobility in ultra-fast charging infrastructure in Slovakia in Central and Eastern Europe with a 17 million euro loan. To have an overriding strategy for clean energy research and innovation, we're still working within the framework of our communication from 2016 on accelerating clean energy innovation. This communication, as I'm sure many of you recall, takes a very holistic approach to looking not only at how we should be identifying priorities for funding, but also addressing the challenges of providing an innovation-friendly regulatory framework and measures to boost private sector investment. And we are intending to build further on this strategy in the coming years and on the successes of Horizon 2020 as we think about the opportunities ahead of us under our next framework program, Horizon Europe. This new program will further strengthen and develop innovation, especially when targeting disruptive innovation and close to market activities. And I'll just briefly highlight a few of the features of Horizon Europe, which I think are very relevant to the discussions we're having today. Firstly, we have proposed an unprecedentedly large increase in the budget of Horizon Europe, up to 100 billion euros over the 7-year period, 2021 to 2027. And within that, a very significantly increased cluster of funding for activities linked to climate, energy and transport amounting to 15 billion euros over the period. And that, we think, is an increase of the equivalent of 30% on what we've been doing under Horizon 2020. We've also set for the whole of the Horizon Europe programme an objective of 35% of spending for climate-related research and innovation, and this is the only cross-cutting objective that we've established for our proposal, which I think underlines the political importance that the Commission attaches to this area. We're also trying in Horizon Europe to shift from a sector-based approach to a system-based approach by bringing together and sort of creating synergies between different themes of the programme and also between Horizon Europe and other important EU funding programmes like the structural funds, the Connecting Europe facility and the new Innovation Fund, which is, I'll mention a bit more in a minute. We also have this concept of missions, which is another new feature of Horizon Europe. A small number of highly visible cross-cutting themes which we hope will mobilize support in different ways from what we've achieved before and in ways which are accessible, visible and understandable also for our citizens. We're also taking a fresh look at the whole question of partnerships in Horizon Europe, how we work with other stakeholders, whether it's the research community, business representatives, or other actors like local authorities, our partners in member states, and also in civil society. And we're aiming to establish a much simpler approach and a more sort of streamlined and accessible architecture for partnerships. And of course, this will impact on how we also approach the partnerships that we have established and the ways that we're working together through the SET plan. And in this context, I'm of course very pleased that we have made significant efforts together to finalise the implementation plans on the large majority of the topics that are covered by the SET plan. But we now, as we move into the new environment for partnerships under Horizon Europe, I think need to work even harder to show that the relationships that we are managing through the SET plan are a really efficient tool to the effective implementation of the plans, and in particular that it is a vehicle to bring together, on the one hand, public and private funding, and also that it's a way that we can bring together European-level financial instruments and the resources which are very significant and very important at the level of our member states. And I think that how we reset, recalibrate the cooperation between EU funding and member state funding will be an important sort of indicator of success of the new approach of the partnerships under the SET plan looking ahead. Specifically on financial instruments, and I will finish briefly on that, we, as the Vice President was setting out, have in mind a comprehensive and more ambitious scheme for the next budgetary period, based around three main instruments. Firstly, the European Innovation Council, the sort of flagship of the open innovation pillar of our proposal of Horizon Europe, and obviously a key priority for Commissioner Moedas, to offer a one-stop shop approach for high potential innovators, aiming both at small and medium-sized enterprises, in particular startups, and countries that are scaling up in engaging in breakthrough innovation as they face challenges in accessing finance and investment. So we really hope that the European Innovation Council, which we're already piloting at the moment, will help to increase markets for the future. And I believe that the energy sector in particular has an extremely large number of areas of activity and companies which could potentially benefit from the EIC. Secondly, the broader envelope of InvestEU, which will try to bring together in a more coherent way most of the EU's financial instruments with a special window for research and innovation, which will in a way be the successor of the existing Innofin EDP, and also continuing to work on joint equity funding. And we hope that InvestEU will provide support via loans, equity, quasi-equity, expanding the scope of the existing Innofin EDP scheme. And finally, the Innovation Fund that I mentioned a moment ago, this new sort of successor to the NER 300 linked to the emissions trading system, which will help us to support innovative projects in energy-intensive industries, carbon capture and utilization, renewable energy, and environmentally safe capture and geological storage of CO2. So with this much broader range of potential activities than the NER 300 scheme, we hope that the Innovation Fund will be able to provide financial support through both grants and financial instruments. And depending, of course, on the ultimate cost of the carbon price, this could produce a fund of between 6 and 11 billion euros. So I think that these three main instruments together will help us further to accelerate the rate of technological advancement required to achieve the EU's climate and energy targets. So I hope that, in setting the scene for what I'm sure will be now a rich discussion with our panelists, I'd just sort of leave you with the three main messages. Firstly, that we need urgently and dramatically to accelerate our investment in clean energy innovation, and that is fundamentally in meeting our climate change goals and driving the energy transition to 2050. That increased public investment on energy research and innovation will have to play a big part in that, and that there is a need for strong coordination between national and EU funding sources, including the new financial instruments I've mentioned. And finally, that with the proposals that we're developing through the Horizon Europe proposals, the European Innovation Council, InvestEU and the Innovation Fund, we will be able to make a big contribution from the European level. So, ladies and gentlemen, without further ado, I'd like now to pass over and introduce the members of our panel. So firstly, Diego Pavia, who is the CEO of the KIC InnoEnergy, and as I mentioned, a key partner in the EDP demonstration programs. Diego. Secondly, Alexandra Amersdorfer, who is Managing Director of Communal Credit Public Consulting here in Austria. And then Wilhelm Molterer, who I'm sure to this audience requires no introduction as a distinguished statesman, but now also a leading member of the management of the European Investment Bank and the... And finally, Peter Sweetman, who is CEO and founder of the Climate Strategy and Partners. So, please. So, thank you very much for your attention, and I propose to pass straight over to Diego for the first contribution to our panel.
Thank you, Patrick. So, to manage expectations, 2 slides to come. And I would like to share the experiences after 18 practitioners in the field about how to potentially improve the research and innovation and industrialization and commercialization landscape of our communities. So those are our numbers. Maybe they surprise you. One thing that we invest in 500 and we have only produced 150. Why? Because we stop along the way around 40%, 40% of the investments we start. Either because the innovation will never make it, because regulation, because of competition, because progress is not enough. So the Darwinistic approach towards the complete value chain end-to-end of innovation, research and innovation. So I will start with just packaging what Patrick has so well explained into one slide, and this is a frame where we are all today acting. And the frame is first based on the regulations that gives us the compass for the future. The first one is the Clean Energy for All Europeans. And please, let's not shorten the name. Clean Energy for All Europeans, and I will explain afterwards why. Then the second one is the ETS, that is wider. The third one is the National Energy and Climate Plans, that this December all the member states will have to submit to Brussels to have their sign and print out that they're aligned with the 2030 and 2050 goals. It's going to be interesting. What is the ambitions and the plans from each one of the member states towards contributing to the European goals? And finally, the mobility package that is also extremely important because that contributes around 40% of the bad air that we're breathing in the cities. So that's the regulatory framework that gives us, all of us, the compass. So it's very good. So we have to contribute to those goals. And of course, and I will go up in the slide, is about making an impact. Is an impact on not only on all the green concepts, but also about creating jobs in Europe, creating competitiveness and wealth in Europe. And that's why I've put a very linear, sorry for the simplicity, a very linear end-to-end research, innovation, and industrialization and commercialization value chain. Because we cannot forget that we are just a step of the full value chain. And then I just plug in now all the instruments that Patrick has described. And in green is what is new in the upcoming period. So we have not only the upcoming period compass in terms of goals, in terms of policies, but also in terms of the instruments that Europe is deploying, both from DG RTD and the EIB and the DG Climate ETSs and. So those instruments, but there's one thing that is common to all of them. It's supply-side instruments. Supply-side instruments. And I think we covered it pretty well. In terms of volumes, they're pretty good in terms of dotation of how much they encompass, but they're all of them supply-side measures. So putting them on the table to develop either research results or appraisal results or FOACs, or maybe there is a possible enhancement. So my second last slide is about proposals, 4 of them, to enhance and to accelerate the energy transition. So, where is energy trading? Energy is trading not only in the innovation landscape, but up to the commercialization. Why? Because we take equity position in all the innovations where we invest in. And those equity positions will only bring a capital gain to be reinvested back in the new innovations if we go up to the commercialization. Oh. So now about, again, accelerating and enhancing. So 4 proposals for discussion. Patrick knows me, it's always about putting exams to all of us. The first one is key success factors for those instruments to create as much efficiency in the deployment of public capital. And the first one is about the toolbox. So far, our communities, the research, academics, the applied research, the RTOs, and also the innovators, we have been using a toolbox that has got a hammer, a screwdriver, and the given needed tools for where we were trading, what we were doing. Now when we go up in the value chain of innovation, industrialization, we need another set of tools. So far, the TRL was one of the key dimensions to analyze the pertinence of an investment. Well, TRL is not anymore enough. It was extremely the key dimension. Now is about other dimensions, other readiness levels. It's about whether the team that is going to bring the innovation to the market is fit for purpose. It's whether the design to cost is there, not the design specifications. So all the readiness levels that are not only technology, but it's about market, about industrialization, whether we have the supply chain in Europe. In batteries, as you know, the supply chain in terms of raw materials is not in Europe, so are going to be able to make it in Europe if we don't have the raw materials here. So all those questions, they should be asked recurrently where we put the money on the table for pushing innovation towards the market. And the second is that so far the practitioners on the public side of how we judge innovation investments, they have been using one toolbox, and they have been extremely efficient in the research and applied research area. But now those practitioners, they need, to my judgment, they need to be upskilled. Why? Because if you are using other set of tools, then you need an evolved workforce to be able to implement those investments. So that's a plea about upskilling and reskilling, so we are efficient in what we are creating. That is absolutely great. So those are, for me, key success factors. And now about accelerating. So far, you have seen in the first slide, is about supply-side measures. Well, let's talk about demand. What innovators we want is a customer, rather than a euro of supply side. So the Americans, they're not good because they're extremely good in research and innovation. It's because they have the Pentagon that is buying basically anything and testing anything, so it's a huge demand pool for all the innovations. Well, what about taking the public, and I used the word for last time, procurement, to be a demand of what we are creating altogether? And let's not call it public procurement, because if it's procurement, it will have an impact on the depth of the country, of the member state, of the municipality, of the region. Let's call it public investment. Last year, all the member states only, they got the waiver that investment in sustainable energy will be investment and not contributing to the debt. What about deploying this to regions and municipalities? Because then this debt contribution will not be anymore an obstacle for creating a demand vis-à-vis what we are all creating as far as innovations in sustainable energy. And that's 70 billion per year if we only dedicate 30% to this. Mertil said that the private sector is investing 88 billion per year, topping 3 times what public we're doing in Europe. Well, this is the same amount of that private investment, and it's existing euros. We don't have to print anything, we just have to change the way we concept. So again, I think we have a huge opportunity that is not just about taking a decision, there's no new processes, it's just about executing, deciding, executing. And the last and fourth proposal is about the citizen. Not the voter, the citizen. Patrick said that together with the IB, we have done Nordvolt in northern Sweden, we have done Windfloat offshore 24 megas in front of Portugal. B2B will work, always. But B2C, being citizen, it's a tool that we have not explored yet enough to be able to speed up the transition. Because at the end, the person buying the EV, the person changing to a heat pump, the person to refurbishing his building to be EPBD compliant is us. And today, even the title of the regulation is the clean energy for. What about clean energy with? and to bring the citizen into the game. Then we'll speed up the energy transition, and Europe will be the winner in this worldwide race. Thank you.
So thanks very much, Diego, for, as always, a very dynamic and crisp presentation. And also for, I think, your points on the citizen and the demand side are extremely important and certainly haven't got as much attention as they should in the debates that we have on these topics. I'd like to pass straight over now to our next panelist for her introduction, so Alexander Ammersdorfer, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Ladies and gentlemen, it's a great pleasure to be here at this Z-Plan conference and having the opportunity to bring in the view and the experiences of a national organization, KPC, Kommunalkredit Public Consulting, which is dealing now since 1993 on behalf of the Austrian Ministry for Sustainability and Tourism, and managing for them the environmental subsidy schemes. In 2017, we managed around 88,000 projects with a funding of 420 million euros from the Federal Ministry for Sustainability, as well as the Austrian Climate and Energy Fund, and additional 25 million funding from the European Regional Development Fund and the European Agricultural Fund for the development of rural areas. And 200 million of this money, which we managed, so around 50%, goes to Austrian businesses and private households and public institutions for energy and climate projects. And our main focus is not research. Research in Austria is done by the Forschungsförderungsgesellschaft, by the Climate and Energy Fund. Our main focus of these instruments which we manage is to enable demonstration projects in the field of renewable energies and energy efficiency and resource efficiency, and to stimulate the market uptake of low carbon technologies. So therefore my input of today to today's panel is not from inside of the research community, but from an outsider of this community. What I like to bring in is, as I said already, is the view of somebody who tries to contribute to the transmission of research findings to concrete implementation on the national level, on the regional level, in companies, in the public institutions, and also in private households. And basis for this and clear guideline for all our activities gives us the already mentioned Mission 2030, so the integrated climate and energy strategy, which was published by the Austrian government at the beginning of this year. The Mission 2030 covers especially topics like sector coupling, so for example, power to gas, power to heat, industrial waste, heat recovery, then sustainable transport, e-mobility, digitalization, also decarbonizing the buildings, thermal insulation, energy efficiency and storage solutions. And all these topics were already the main focus of the environmental funding schemes in Austria over the past years. What we see in Austria is now a continuous improvement and rollout of new technologies. So I think we are on a good way. We see it on thermal insulation. We see it especially also in large industrial waste heat recovery projects, in resource efficiency projects, and also in smart city projects. These are good examples which we have here in Austria. And what we also see, and I think that's really important, is a more holistic view on the whole energy system. so that the whole system is interacting in a much stronger way. And many, let me say, even all of these projects get financial support by different funds. And this is important. What we hear from the enterprises is that in the stage of implementing the projects, when we have the first demonstration projects, there is more risk in implementing this new technology. You have additional costs for better standards on environmental solutions. And public money helps to take this economic decision, and often public money is also seen, let me say, like a seal for quality. So the project is a good project, and which makes it really easier to convince the board to invest in an innovative project. In 2017, only with the system of the environmental funding, 67 million euros on subsidies triggered environmental investments amounting to 560 million euros, only here in Austria. And the funded projects yielded to reductions of CO2, reduced the energy consumption, increased the use of renewable energy, and had also a positive impact on the Austrian labor market. What do we need to be on track for 2030? And I don't like to answer this question from the technological point of view, but from the general view. And from our experience, what we see when transmitting it into the public. First of all, and we heard it already today, is we have to address the whole chain of activities. Research is at the beginning, but we have to have a look on demonstration projects from technologies at low readiness level to those ready for market, for demonstration and then market update. And for the different stages, the right instrument is needed, and they have to be interlocked. And I think we have a really good system here in Austria because we have the Forschungsförderungsgesellschaft on the research side. We have the Climate and Energy Fund, which makes lighthouse projects, and we try to then to bring these outcomes on the broad environmental funding system. Second, our experience is that if there is a clear political and regulatory framework set, then innovative demonstration projects are developed by the industry out of their competences. We see the first here, was already mentioned today. The innovative industries clearly see the competitive advantage which they have. And financial support makes it easier, gives a seal of quality, and what's also important, it is important that somebody talks about it, that the best practice projects have a publicity. I'd like to add one example from our funding system in Austria, and it's not a climate example. In Austria, we had problems with the NOx emissions at cement plants. And one Austrian cement plant started with a really innovative project. 3 years later, all of the other cement plants in Austria did the same. So you see here, we have to support the front runners. Third, we often face the question that after having reached a certain percentage of a target group for a subsidy program, it gets more and more difficult to convince the next ones. And why? It's not an easy question. At the beginning of the technology supporting program, you can gain the so-called low-hanging fruits. You cover the persons, the companies where there is an interest in the new technology, where there's an open mind for innovation, for new technologies, and an interest in the topic. But after that, it needs more. Does it need more money? Does it need more awareness raising? I don't know it exactly, but we have in Austria, for example, at the moment, the discussion when we talk about thermal insulation projects for private households. How we can reach the next target group who does it not from their own intention. And that brings me to the point that we have to recognize the role of the individual citizen. He or she can actually participate in the energy system by selecting what kind of energy to use. For instance, you can choose to have solar cells on your roof so that you provide energy to the grid, becoming not just a passive consumer, but a prosumer, an active provider. So citizen engagement and consumer demand will drive the market and not the other way around. And everywhere you have engaged active people, you have it in the communities, in the public sector, you have it in the private sector. And you need them for the big change we need. They help to make the clean energy transition a reality. But you also have the mass of people having other daily problems. Look at the demonstrations which we have seen in the last days in Paris on the cost of fossil fuel. And we have the question, where is the critical mass to really change the system and how to attract them? We should think also about research on social drivers. And after more than 20 years working on energy projects on the national level, but also on the international level, I learned that it is often not the missing technical solution, but the misleading communication or non-communication of involved parties why necessary steps are not taken. What instruments do we need to support these targets? I would like to mention two aspects, and the first one is a wish to the European level instruments. Please look also on the smaller member states. We often face the situation in the past that the projects or the instruments were mainly orientated on the larger member states, so that smaller member states had really problems with their specific structure to participate in these instruments. So that's a wish to all the European level instruments. And I think we need instruments on the European level as well as on the national level with a strong and consistent incentive. And we have to not to distort markets by supporting counterproductive technologies or consuming patterns. So it's a very good example where the role of the public sector should not only be to tackle a market failure, but also to set directions. And you can do it on the general orientation of the supporting schemes or the instruments, but also with the specific requirements for the funded projects. And finally, with whom should we cooperate? I already mentioned the citizens, but I think it's also very important with the financial sector. We heard already the numbers, how much money comes from the public sector, how much from the private sector, and there is more money needed, and we have to engage the financial sector, not only the developing banks, but really also the commercial banks. And I think it's a really very welcoming initiative also from the European Union, now talking and setting plans and measure plans for green and sustainable finance. I think we need a shift also in the commercial banks, and we have to help them coming to more green, sustainable, whatever green means, sustainable projects. And I think that's what my conclusion is. We need to foster the holistic approach in the energy sector, the collaboration. We have to involve the citizens, we have to involve the financial institutions much more than now. And then I think we are on a good way to all the targets which we have set to 2030, but also to 2050. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Alexandra. And I think it's very valuable for us to have this very practical experience that you bring of working both with EU and national funding sort of systems, and the points you make about engaging the citizen and sort of making sure that we all work together in a holistic way, I think are very well made. I'd like to pass on now immediately to Wilhelm Molterer from the European Investment Bank, please.
Without any ado, I jump into. We have heard a lot about the challenges. They are global, but we should be aware that if we manage it properly, we increase the competitiveness of the European Union. If we don't manage it properly, we lose competitiveness. It's all about these in the long-term perspective. Second, it is an urgent need. We cannot lose time, because if we want to achieve the target in 2030 or 2050, we have to act now. Third, we have heard it's about holistic approach. Holistic approach means to overcome the silos, and the silos are still rather, let's say, stable. Fourth, we have to deal with disruptive technologies. Disruptive technologies means also societal disruptivity potentially. And on digital, it's not about industry, it's about society. This is a key, this is for me key importance. And fifth, last but not least, we are talking about enormous investment needs. To give you an idea, in EIB we have done a survey on the needs on the RD&I and on the digital and on the energy sector. On RD&I and digital, we think that the investment need per annum up to 2030 per annum is around 150 billion euro annually. And if you want to achieve, or if we want to achieve the climate, the Paris targets, we have to invest in the energy area in a holistic sense, also roughly 150 billion euros per annum up to 2030. That means we are talking about 300 billion a year. And therefore, we need the proper reply to these huge challenges, and I want to tackle some of them at least. What is the toolbox? And you have asked, Patrick, also on the toolbox. First and foremost, a proper and a sound regulatory environment. We shouldn't talk about money first. We should talk about the regulatory environment, an environment that's on the one hand predictable, and on the other hand it's also dealing with risk. This is not the real European approach usually, but if you want to talk about, let's say, the disruptivity, we have to be way more active in dealing also with risk. Second, to attract private capital. We have heard a lot. You will see then also a presentation from the VC business. To attract private capital needs a lot of activities. It's coming from taxation, and it's going also to the partnership. I will come back in a second with the public sector. Third, you can attract private capital just if and when you have a proper capital market in the European Union. This is totally underestimated. We are just talking about banks. That's important. We have to talk about the capital market. And one of the biggest challenges in Europe, specifically on the RDI and also investment from companies, is we still do have a highly fragmented market. A highly fragmented market. And if you want to attract an investor from abroad, you cannot talk about the region, you have to talk about the European approach. This fragmentation on market is a key priority also for the capital market. Fourth, And I was surprised not hearing about advisory. This is something what is an urgent need from my perspective, to advise public entities, but also private entities, how to develop projects, how to deploy projects, how to implement them, and how to make a project bankable. Fifth, the proper use of grants. I'm absolutely convinced that grants are let's say, a cornerstone of design also for the R&D sector. Grants are important and will remain important, but they have to be way more simplified. And I love the idea, Patrick, from this to talk about the one-stop shop. Because if you look into the landscape from an entrepreneur's perspective, we will be surprised how many boxes are existing, but nobody has a clue how these various boxes are working, and all of them do have a different administrative and other, let's say, requirements. Make it simple, simplify it. And last but not least, we need the financial instruments as the sixth of my cornerstones of, let's say, a more holistic design. We are not talking about theory if we talk about the financial instruments, and I have the privilege to work for this wonderful instrument called EFSI, European Fund for Strategic Investment, and by the way, that's a classical European thing. It's not a fund we are talking about, we are just calling it a fund. It is a guarantee facility, and the whole idea is how to make better use of a single taxpayer's euro, how to achieve a higher impact via financial instruments. And the whole story is, let's use €1 of taxpayers' money, translate this into €3 of financial instruments, and these €3 of financial instruments are incentivizing €15 of investment. That means via financial instruments, you achieve a higher impact, a higher quality, and you do have a real supportive dimension to closing the financial gap that exists. This EFSI model is based on the experience, on the one hand, of European Investment Bank Group, also in energy and RD&I. By the way, the EIB has spent €76 billion over the last 5 years just in energy, 76 billion. It's one of the most serious partners for financing it. And it combines the strength of the European budget via the joint activity of Commission and EIB. And to join these forces leads us that we can talk now not about theory. We have already achieved out of the 500 billion target, roughly 360 billion euros. And the 360 billion euros are mainly given to supporting the SMEs, which are the backbone of the European economy. But the second is already the RD&I investments. Roughly 21% of the 360 billion is gone to RD&I investments, roughly 20% to energy, and roughly 11% to digital. If you put these three things together, more than 50% of the 360 billion is dedicated to exactly the topic we are discussing today. And I can showcase later then, if you're interested, on a couple of projects, what this whole story is about. It is about, first of all, having bankable projects. Bankable projects. If you talk about this, you need strong partners to design and to implement bankable projects. They have, second, to be eligible to the target, and there is a soft target which is 40% for climate. Third, they have to be additional. Additional means public money is just available if we tackle, for instance, market failures, where others are not acting. And fourth, they have to crowd in private capital. That's the story about. I close. If we want to be ready to tackle the challenges, we have to join forces. And I see 4 main partners in doing so. It's the public sector, it's the private sector, it's the research community, and it's the business community. Those are the partners. And sometimes we have a lot of obstacles for joining forces.
Wilhelm, thank you very much for that extremely well-structured and thought-provoking presentation. And I take in particular, I mean, your points about it's not only about the money, it's about getting the regulatory environment, the whole system right, and also about being clever in the way that we use the limited public funding we have with an increasingly sort of diverse and creative set of financial instruments. We're running a little bit over time, but I'm happy to introduce now again Peter Sweetman, who's going to do an innovative presentation. He tells me that it'll discipline us all to stick to the 6 minutes. Peter.
Thank you. So, Pecha Kucha has been my nightmare in the last few days, as I've figured out that this is designed more for architects than it is for engineers. So what I'm going to do now is 20 slides with 20 seconds each slide, and it's going to be a bit of a head rush, so we can see how it goes. So if it works, if you can see it, I can see it. You can't see it. Okay. There we go. So I've spent 25 years in finance, 15 in climate finance, and 2 years thinking about innovation. The exam question behind this report launched today is for net zero emissions in 2050 in Europe, what the funding needs to be. It's based on modeling that was done by 100 experts looking at 58 decarbonization strategies to get to net zero, the conclusion of which is we can do it, we'll produce a lower cost energy environment, we'll be more competitive, and we'll be healthier. So of that base work, we looked into how much of that was innovation and how much of that was existing technologies. 3/4 of the emissions reductions come from existing technologies and the scale-up of those. However, 25% comes from more innovation. That innovation needs to happen in the power sector, the building sector, the transport sector, agriculture, and industry. So to look into this in more detail, my team and I engaged with 50 experts, and we did surveys, and we asked them to opine on each sector individually. This chart basically says that innovation is critical or very relevant for the great deal of those decarbonization strategies. The mix of colors that you can't read will tell you that innovation is needed across the board. No one sector is dominant among those that we looked at. We asked our experts, if you had to call the innovation, technology innovation, product innovation, business model innovation, or societal innovation, how would the challenge look? The answer is just 40% technology, and that we need to broaden the view of innovation in order to get net zero 2050 right. In each sector, we looked at the correlation between innovation needs and potential competitive advantage. In power, the leader is energy distribution networks. Wind is clearly an opportunity for competitive advantage in Europe, and solar, it would appear from these experts, is an area where we have missed the bus. In transport, while there is a lot of innovation need, the competitive advantages appear to be through shared systems, connecting modalities, rather than just the bulk production of electric vehicles. However, efficiency in the supply chain is also a high innovation advantage area. In buildings, innovation and competitive advantage for Europe are strongly correlated. Decarbonizing heat, renovation efficiency gains, district heating are all potential winners for Europe. As the report shows, the key challenge for the building sector is business model innovation and tailored finance. In industry, our experts focused on the circularity principles with some competitive gains through increased recycling, switches to electricity or gas, as well as increased product life cycles and new materials. In industry, technology innovation tends to lead. In agriculture, forest, land use, and diet, it's a technology and social innovation challenge. We need to reduce waste, We need to look after and sustainably manage the land we have, and we need to eat less meat. Or we need to blend our meat with cultured beef or non-meat meat, which I notice is being developed. Experts felt that Europe was on a mission to deliver net zero 2050. Or was it on 3 missions: to decarbonize energy, transport and buildings fully by 2050, to remodel European industry based on a circularity first principle, and to strongly connect in the minds of our citizens health and climate? So, how do I answer Vice President Katainen? How do we fund all of that? We looked at 6 instruments, 3 from the public sector, and those are grants, soft loans, risk-sharing instruments like the EFSI facility. In the private sector, we looked at debt, equity, and green bonds, and the story is we need them all in these proportions. If we focus just on the European research and innovation instruments, we think that the full toolbox, which you're about to see, is indeed covered. However, in engaging further in more detail with individual instruments, it seems like the interconnection could be made more user-friendly for our innovators and for partnering with large private sector research and investors. To Diego's point, here's the toolbox. To Wilhelm's point, we need an advisory service to help us navigate that. The 4.3 billion of research and investments from Europe is significant, so don't think that European instruments are not valuable. They are very valuable for the climate-related innovation that's needed. We can lever additional funds from the private sector, and the new designs, which is being developed right now, will do that. In addition, the amounts that are targeting climate objectives need to increase. This is 2017 versus the future plan. This is only in line with the Lisbon agenda, and this means going up across the board by 1/3. In conclusion, there are 2 types of conclusions available from this report. The first is what the fundamental results are saying to innovation and for research work, and the second is our conclusions for policymakers. Fundamentally, innovation is core to decarbonize Europe's economy. We can build competitive advantages. It's not just a technology story. Public and private finance must be aligned, and missions can galvanize action. And therefore, to policymakers, we need to increase the focus of Horizon Europe, because the 2021 to 2027 timeframe is indeed last chance saloon for the climate. I agree with Wilhelm. We need to 50% climate mainstream. We need greater visibility for climate research and investment across instruments and at the member state level. Collaboration is key. No one gets there alone. So, thanks to the European Climate Foundation for funding this work. Thank you for listening. I've got a Twitter handle right there, and if you have questions, we can deal with them here or later.
Well, Peter, congratulations on that virtuoso performance. I think that for future events like this, we should impose the sort of approach to the presentation on all our speakers, although that may have an impact on the number of people willing to participate. But I think you've really extremely authoritatively and comprehensively sort of presented the scale of the challenges that we face, but also the specific areas where we need to work together and the opportunities that lie ahead. So thank you very much for that. Now, because I'm an indulgent chair and probably spoke myself too long at the beginning, we've rather run out of time for discussion, but I'm told we're allowed 10 minutes for a few quick questions. And I'd like just to start by one question that we're going to show on the screen, which comes from the Citizens Forum discussion, which is going on in parallel to this event, to perhaps confront us with some of the questions that normal citizens are asking about this topic. So if I could ask that we show this small video clip with the question.
We do have one more question for you, and this is one of our Citizen Workshop participants.
Ich würde gerne auf Deutsch fragen. Meine Frage wäre, wie haben Sie vor, mit dem Bestand umzugehen? Heißt auf Deutsch, welche Methoden oder Forschungsansätze gibt es, um im Bestand tatsächlich Veränderungen, also Beschleunigungen zustande zu kriegen? Sowohl die Organisation als auch die Technik, als auch die Frage, wie kann man die Menschen motivieren, bei dem Spiel mitzutun.
And I am more than happy to translate the question for you into English. How can we speed up the energy transition in existing infrastructure, such as business models, building stock, building environment, mobility, and so on?
Okay, thank you. And since we're short of time, I'm going to now open to questions also from the floor, and then we'll have an opportunity perhaps for the colleagues in the panel to give some quick, rapid-fire responses. So I think we have a question here.
Yeah, thank you. Brigitte Lorenz, I work for Friends of the Earth Europe and Global 2000, environmental organizations. And I think it was very exciting to listen to all this, and it feels like everyone is really thinking hard how to proceed. But I'm here especially also want to talk to Mr. Molterer, whom I already met as Environment Minister in Austria. So I believe he knows especially what I mean. So we had to do with the EIB lately because Slovakia obviously is getting 150 million euro for so-called upgrades of the really old nuclear power plants. This already being not very good, I have to say. What I found really shocking, that it was done under basically complete secrecy. And now we talk to the managers there, and they even accepted that there is no environmental impact assessment done, not only for lifetime extension, but not only on the level that the Slovak authorities are doing it already. Yeah? The Slovaks, they do environmental impact assessments even for smaller parts of upgrades. And now they got, for 4 units, a complete program. No stakeholders, no public, no information what they're doing until now, and the board agreed to it a week ago. And I have to say, this is really pretty disastrous, besides being nuclear energy and all the dangers, but also when it comes to engaging people, regulatory backgrounds and things that all of us here understand are key. So this is a real problem. Thank you.
Thank you. I think I saw another question just behind you, in fact. Yes, please.
The Regional Energy Agency of Upper Austria, Oberösterreich, here from Austria. Several speakers this morning mentioned the toolbox that we all need. Now, my question is to the speakers, and these toolboxes need to change to achieve the goals of the clean energy package. That is also very clear. So what would be your key new additions to the toolboxes of national and regional governments in bridging the gap between innovation and investment?
Thank you very much. Any more questions? I think we have another short video question from our citizens, which we'll just top off with, and then I'll give the panel an opportunity to comment. Please.
Hello everyone, my name is Connie and I'm today's and tomorrow's host of the ZPlan Citizen Workshop. We did have the chance to discuss several topics already, and we do have a question for you.
Hello everybody, my name is Shamin. I'm the president of International Academy in Arts in Vienna. And my question is, how relevant is the education sector for more consciousness to working together in the EU or with our partners in China and in the US?
Okay. Well, look, as I say, I'm sorry we're running out of time, but I want to give the panel an opportunity to reply to these 4 rather different questions. So we have firstly, is the existing infrastructure sufficient to meet the challenges of the energy transition? And I suppose if not, what should we do about it? There's a specific question about the Slovak nuclear power plants and the debate around that. What new elements do we need in our toolbox in order fully to rise to the challenges that we face, particularly, I guess, in the area of financial instruments? And then a broader question about the role of education and international engagement with partners like China and the US. And what I suggest is also that the colleagues from the panel, if you want to comment on anything that anyone else has said, then I would be very happy for you to do that as well. So, Peter, would you like to kick us off?
Thank you. Patrick. A few quick notes. So I think in terms of the infrastructure question, one of the things that I've come across, which I think it was surprising to me and therefore probably a helpful thing to think about is, whilst we, perhaps where we live, can't see electric charge points everywhere and we worry about them, they're not that expensive. So I think that when the utility industry looks at the total cost of deploying the amount that we need, it's a relatively small number compared to the existing infrastructure that we have. So I think that's a hurdle that sometimes is made to look bigger than it actually is. The second sort of point I wanted to make with respect of the needs for properly assessing, I think if I understand the question, upgrades and to buildings, was that the question from the front row? Was it about buildings you were talking about, needing environmental? Nuclear power plants. Okay, well in that case I'll just neatly sidestep that one. I'll leave that to my colleagues. I'm just not an expert. So, and I wanted to address Shanine's question, the last one, about the education and how we work together with our partners in China and the US. I actually couldn't stress or sort of emphasize that question more. So much of the work that we do in innovation, and so one of the key points we make in my report is, let's not think of this as being a techno fix. This is an engaged societal moment, and if we're not educating and we're not speaking and addressing people in their own language and describing what this means for them and the benefits and what this, sort of the excitement that perhaps fills some of us but perhaps doesn't fill some of the people in the street and in our educational facilities, we need to find better ways to communicate that in this transition. Thanks.
Thanks very much. Wilhelm, do you want to go next? Thank you.
First of all, how to speed up. What would be extremely important to have clear targets and to have a clear horizon timeline. Because this is really the driver then for practical innovation also in the industry. The industry is ready to go, and my very personal point of view, we should not talk about too much about, let's say, the technical orientation. We should talk about the clear targets and the ambitious timeline. Second, we need the comprehensive toolbox in financing, and this toolbox is, of course, coming from grants and reaching then to the classical capital market instruments and everything in between. I'll give you one example where I miss something currently, where we are engaged. As we are rather successful on the VC sector in the meantime in Europe, a next gap is appearing, and this gap is the growing and the scaling up companies, the mid-cap companies, where we need equity type, and equity type investment needs capital market. Third, what is the main idea? Be ready to go for PPP projects also on the level of regions and the level of sub-sovereigns. Here in Austria, PPP, even just composed out of 3 letters, is still treated as a 4-letter word. And you need somebody that is dealing this, that is doing that. Therefore, the advisory component, for instance, for municipalities, for regions, I would treat this rather critical. International cooperation, I would invent a new term, and that's co-petition. We have to cooperate, but on the other hand, we compete. And that's not so bad, because competition is bringing us forward. Last but not least, on this project in Slovakia you have mentioned, to be honest, I have no information on that, and I give you also the explanation. I'm bound by the regulation, and the regulation says I have to stay away from any project decision in the EIB because I am independently deciding upon the guarantee that FC is delivering and providing. And to be quite clear, no single nuclear project so far under FC. No single one.
Thank you. Diego.
Yeah. So on the education and from innovation to investment. On education, we are investing every year 20 million euros in 2 areas. Just to bring the practitioners up to the skills that they need, both white and blue collars, because for energy, the speed of innovation is the speed of upskilling. Without having the practitioners that will be able to talk sector coupling, to be able to talk business modeling, without this, everything else is waived. And then also on the citizen. So out of those 20 million, there's around 6 every year about upgrading the awareness and the involvement of all of us, so we understand and our relation behavioral-wise vis-à-vis the energy sector changes, so we are included. So definitely is a key area. Then from innovation to investment, as Willem said, bankability is key. And bankability is about off-takers, is about of suppliers, is about of not technology. It's about the business case. And that's why we say that anything has to start not only on the T readiness level, but on the industrial readiness level, on the societal readiness level, of all those dimensions that when it comes for them to chip the money in, they see a bankable project. And technology is never the problem, never. It's all the other dimensions.
Thank you. Alexander, please.
Yeah, thank you. To the last two questions. First of all, yes, I think the education, and you said it already, we are talking about a change of society, and you have to start in the kindergarten, in the school, and look what has changed when the topic of waste was a topic in the kindergartens and in the school. They came home and said to the parents what they have to do. And I think that's important also now with the energy. And my daughter is 6 years old now. She started in school this year, and they have now already on their level talked about energy and renewable energies. And I think that's important, and that's really how we make or can make a basis for the societal change which we have to have. And the other thing on the different funding schemes, supporting schemes, I think what is important, we have such a huge necessity and an urgent necessity for subsidizing the technologies. And what we have to see is that not for every project, not for every stage of an innovation, the same instruments are necessary. We have to look if a grant is then the right thing, the right instrument, if it's equity, if it's a guarantee, and it has to be a good mixture of instruments. And on that we have to look, yeah.
Okay. Good. Well, look, I see Jackie getting increasingly defensive as regards your lunchtime. So I just want to conclude by thanking the colleagues in the panel for their extremely stimulating and very complimentary interventions, and for all of you for your participation. And I'm sure that the conversations that we've started now, particularly on the importance of having a very rich menu of different financial instruments to support the clean energy transition, will continue over the remainder of the conference. So thank you all for your attention.
Thank you very much indeed, and thank you to you, Patrick, for your intervention and your moderation of that session. So, a unique opportunity to lead the energy transition. That's what the Commission Vice President told us at the beginning. But that massive amount of investment, 300 billion a year, very struck by what you said. Don't start by talking about the money. You emphasised it, William Moulter emphasised it. We have to start. The toolbox starts with the right regulatory framework. More focus on the demand side. We're quite good on supply side instruments, doing plenty there, not doing enough on demand. And coming back again to this holistic, integrated approach, which always brings us back. You said the right tool for the right job, as it were, in the end there. All of this brings us back time and again to the working together, the collaboration. You emphasised that at the beginning, Patrick, and it's been emphasised again and again. That is the issue we're going to come back to after lunch. We will discuss how research and innovation in Europe can benefit from global cooperation. Then we'll zoom in your parallel sessions to some of the more detailed aspects, key aspects of the energy transition and of the set plan key actions. It's now time for lunch. Over lunch, please do visit. There's an exhibition, some of you will already have seen it, in the building, but also outside there is something called the Mugli container. Don't know whether I pronounced that correctly, showing different systems of roof facade and interior greenery. It's an exhibition that will show you what different vegetation systems are possible in urban environments. Lunch, an hour and 15 minutes. I'll see you back here at 2:30 for our next session on international cooperation. Thank you very much and bon appétit. Ladies and gentlemen, could I ask you please to take your seats as quickly as possible so that we can get underway? Thank you very much. Okay. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Just before we move to the next session, one housekeeping note. Some of you have been asking, will the presentations be available on the website later on? And the answer to that is yes. So if you saw something that fascinated you, but it whizzed by, you will be able to refer to it again later on. So this morning, as we discuss those key challenges ahead to meet the 2030 and 2050 objectives and the necessary tools and instruments, we heard time and time again about the importance of collaboration if we are to both meet those challenges and make the most of the opportunities that the energy transition brings. Dominique Ristori said in the opening session, it is impossible to work in splendid isolation. The minister said for Austria, international cooperation was vital because it enabled Austria to create critical mass in the development of new solutions. We also heard in our first panel that it was collaboration across governance levels, but also from sector to sector. But while everyone seems agreed on the self-evident need to join forces, as was mentioned in our last panel, there are obstacles. It is easier to say we need to work together than it is always to do it. Now, international cooperation has long been a core dimension of the SET plan, and the EU participates in many initiatives of this kind and in many fora. So in this session on the global energy transition, how can research and innovation benefit from global cooperation, we're going to, I hope, hear some examples of successful cooperation initiatives, consider what we learn from those initiatives about what is needed to build effective, successful partnerships in future, and look at how to create those sort of win-win, if you like, policy and instruments, enabling the EU to meet its objectives in the energy and climate area, while also creating synergies and accelerating clean energy solutions at global level. To moderate this session, I am delighted to hand over now to your chair, Hans van Steen, who is Director for Renewables, Research and Innovation, Energy Efficiency in DG Energy in the Commission, to make some opening thoughts and introduce his panel. Over to you.
Thank you very much, Jackie. And good afternoon to all of you. I'm really very delighted to be able to moderate this panel for you this afternoon. I know this is a difficult moment in any international event, and should there be, I think that might not be the case, but should there be someone who think that this is might be a good moment for a little afternoon nap after the delicious lunch, I would strongly advise you against it, because we have actually a very nice panel for you here this afternoon. And as Jackie just said, we are now going to look more specifically at issues related to the global energy transition. How can we try and create more international cooperation in the area of R&I, in the energy and climate sphere? It's really a very important topic. We were touching upon it already this morning on several occasions. There was one new term that I learned. I think it was Mr. Molterer who talked about co-competition, which is a combination of cooperation and competition. And of course, this is exactly the situation that we find ourselves in. We are trying to address here a global challenge which will only succeed if we cooperate, but we also need to be aware that we are, of course, all internationally competitors in many ways, including in developing the technologies that will help us address the challenges that we face. So we hope we will have a good discussion about these important topics this afternoon, and let me just introduce the panel to you one by one. I would ask them to join me here on the stage as I call them up. The first panelist is Dolf Gielen, who many of you will know. He's a director in IRENA, the International Renewable Energy Agency, located in Bonn, where he heads up the Research and Innovation and Technology Center of IRENA, and has been doing so for quite some years. And Dolf, we're looking very much forward to your views, especially on international cooperation in the field of renewables. So if you please have a seat. I should say the format of this session is like the previous sessions. We'll first have a short, and I really stress short, 5 to 6 minute intervention by each of the panelists, and then we will have hopefully a more interactive session with all of you, where there will be opportunities to ask questions and perhaps have a little bit more of an exchange of views. Secondly, we have Tony Day. Tony is the director of the International Energy Research Centre in Ireland, the IERC, which is located in the lovely village, I should say, or perhaps town of Cork in Southern Ireland. And Tony has a background in research and innovation in many years, and has been dealing especially with energy efficiency, I understand. So I think, Tony, you're also very welcome to the panel, and we look forward to your views as well. Then we have Thembekasi Mali, all the way from South Africa, where she is the CEO of the South African National Energy Development Institute, SANEDI. We look very much forward to your views. As you heard this morning from our Director General, Mr. Ristori, Africa is a continent which is very much on our mind. It's high on our agenda, and we think that we can do a lot of things together and develop much closer cooperation, and hopefully this afternoon we can also exchange some thoughts about those things. So, Thembekasi, you are very welcome as well. Then we have Mahesh Mojaraya. He is Vice President for PV Systems at First Solar. So an industry man, which is a good thing, because we also want industry views on the panel, because I think, again, one of the key messages from this morning was that we need much stronger cross-fertilization between the private sector and the industry sector. So, Mahesh, we are very glad to have you on the panel as well. Then we have Kentaro Morita. He is the Director General for Technology Strategy Center of NIDO in Japan. Has been so for some years and has a career behind him, I would say, in the Japanese administration, and has worked also for METI, and has been the advisor to the minister in METI in a previous position. We're very happy to have you representing also Japan on the panel, because again, there are lots of things going on in Japan that we would be keen to learn about, and also learn about how we can perhaps further strengthen cooperation between the continents, between Europe and Japan in the area of energy technology. So, Kentaro, you are very welcome on the panel. Then we have Gwen Joliffe-Boitrel, who is my colleague from the European Commission, DG Research and Innovation. She's the head of unit for strategy, and we work together on a daily basis, I would say, on very many important files, including on mission innovation. And Gwen, we're very happy also to have you on the panel. And then you will maybe have seen from the program that we also were meant to have Naomi Chevillard, who's a policy advisor from Solar Power Europe. She is so far stuck in transition somewhere due to some travel problems. We hope that maybe she will be able to arrive later on and will then join the panel. We'll see how that goes. But I think even without her, we have a very good panel and some very diverse views from different representatives from industry, international organizations, and from different parts of the world, policy makers. So I think we can have a real good discussion. So without further ado, I would ask Dolf from IRENA to give his initial presentation. Dolf, please.
Thank you very much, Hans, and good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. It's a great pleasure to be here today. The energy transition is technically and economically feasible. I think we all agree on that by now. Energy efficiency and renewable energy account for 90% of the solution, and it's especially the transition in the power sector that offers great potentials. And if you combine that then with the electrification of end users, then you have a big chunk of the overall transition we need. And that is very much driven by rapid cost reductions for solar PV and for wind. So the lowest cost we see in the market today worldwide is 2 to 3 dollar cents per kilowatt hour. Amazing prices. We didn't think of that some years ago. The innovation, we have a sense the innovation is accelerating worldwide. There are hundreds of demonstration projects, some very interesting ones, but there is not sufficient monitoring of what is going on and what have we learned from these demonstration projects. So we think that should be given more attention in order to accelerate global acceleration. Second point is that innovation is more than technology. Last week, no, 2 weeks ago, I was here, same room, for the European Utility Week. And there was a lot of discussion, but it was not about technology. It was about market design, it was about regulatory frameworks, about standards, about business models, about operational practices. It's only the combination of all these aspects, call them enabling frameworks, with technology that yields a successful innovation. The issues are global. We do a lot of work together, for example, with China, where EV and ultra-high voltage transmission lines are interesting developments. We work with many other countries where you see similar challenges, very similar challenges as in Europe, and same type of questions keep popping up. So one of them for power sector transformation is around the issue of flexibility, where there is a need to move away from flexibility purely by the thermal plants to flexibility in the grid and flexibility on the distributed energy resources, including demand side management, storage, etc. The successful innovations are usually the ones, the most successful ones are the ones which are not only energy technologies. It usually combines then energy technologies, for example, with digitalization. So digitalization is a big trend and a key enabling trend also for energy transition. And I already mentioned electrification. Now, we've recently done an inventory, looked at a few hundred innovations in this sector, and we see these 4 key areas: enabling technologies, system operation, market and regulation, and business models. So, and the innovations usually combine aspects of innovation in all 4 areas. And we had our Innovation Week in September, and there were, so it focused on power sector transformation. There were 5 key insights. First of all, technology is there. Second, we need much more focus on an enabling market design. We need to take into account the needs of the consumers. It needs to be easy solutions. It needs to be affordable solutions. Digitalization, really key to make this transition happen, and electrification can play a key role. We think that electricity can account for up to 50% of demand by 2050, final demand. A final slide. So what is the role of international cooperation? What is the benefit of international cooperation? We have identified 7 areas where we think that international cooperation can add value. And as I mentioned earlier, we think that providing the necessary information about the experience, best practices on technology, but also on enabling framework design is really key, and much more needs to be done there. IRENA and its 159 members, including European Union, is working on that, and we're happy to support you in that. Finally, if you want to learn more about the insights from Innovation Week, a webinar, it will take place next week. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dolf. 159 members in IRENA, very impressive, and I think IRENA is a very good example of how you can actually make countries come together around a topic which is sufficiently interesting and important for everybody to cooperate on. So I think that was a very wise decision to set up IRENA at the time. I think the things that you identified there, the benefits of this, were quite telling. We'll now turn to Tony Day, who will give us his perspective, maybe starting in Ireland, but hopefully also moving to a wider view of the world.
Thank you, Hans. Thank you very much. Good afternoon, everyone. Yes, I want to talk a little bit about the experience that we've had as a collaborative research centre in Ireland, and then just perhaps sort of widen that out and say some of the implications that might have for international collaboration. So the International Energy Research Centre, the I, it stands for International, not the Irish Energy Research Centre, and that causes some confusion in Cork and Dublin, I have to say. We're a €30 million collaborative research centre based in Cork. We're embedded in the Tyndall National Institute, which is an ICT hardware research centre, and that in turn is embedded in University College Cork, just kind of think Russian dolls, and that's so we're deeply embedded that. We were set up with the expressed aim of developing deep collaborations between industry and academia. And where we don't have the skills in-house within the IERC to deliver on the research, we develop deep collaborative partnerships with other academic partners and our industry members. And it's to specifically address the innovation needs of the industry partners. And we work with them to try and get real innovations with real commercial potential and out into the marketplace. So we want to work as near to the market as we possibly can. The best vehicle for that is to work with commercializing partners who have a real desire to disrupt and transform the energy system. So our main focus is on the demand side. We're not really sort of big wind and power stations. We're much more at the end of the pipes and wires, looking at energy efficiency, but also integrated supply options, renewable energies and buildings and the like. And we look holistically at solutions by adopting 5 lenses. And this is similar to the language that we've been hearing throughout the day, I think. The 5 lenses of technology, of data analytics, business models, user behavior, and policy and regulation. And we try and adopt those on all of our projects, at these lenses to get holistic combined solutions. The ideal energy research project should contain a value chain of partners, and that's from manufacturer right the way through to design and implementation and end use. This way you have a ready supply chain. If you're successful and you develop some innovative idea, system, whatever, you have a supply chain and a route to market. And this requires having multiple partners and a range of research knowledge and expertise. The problem here is that a large consortium is difficult to build, it's difficult to focus, and it's difficult to maintain. Each partner has different interests and expectations from the research project, and many industry partners actually require a good deal of convincing about the value of conducting research in the first place. The IERC has developed a methodology for translating business innovation needs into definable and deliverable research objectives, and has gained a strong reputation in Ireland for having a unique strength in understanding industry perspectives and identifying the required academic skills. This is hard enough at the national level. To have a truly collaborative international set of projects, that increases the level of difficulty yet further. So it's essential that we increase and enhance the impact of energy R&D&I on the market. But the energy system, I reckon, has a number of unique challenges above and beyond those of other technology sectors. And these include system integration. We've heard a lot about that today. It's all about bringing multiple technologies together in novel and innovative ways. So that system integration is essential, but that's a challenge. The need to avoid system disruption. The pipes and wires in every country pretty much are monopoly assets. And you have risk-averse utilities who do not want the lights to go out, so they don't want you playing tunes and experimenting on that system in a live way, but we have to. So that's a challenge. Complex supply chains, building those consortia, including citizens, we've heard this time and time again, getting the citizens engaged. Including them in research and demonstration projects is increasingly becoming important, but that's also a new challenge. Demonstrators are expensive, and they have multiple barriers to just setting them up. A large demonstrator is not necessarily a high technology readiness level project. The building of a fully integrated set of new technologies that employ some novel business model is not something that's necessarily close to market. So perhaps we should move away from the concept of TRL and move towards something like a system readiness level. And again, we heard that earlier on, innovation readiness level. We have to change the language, I think, of the way that we set up our research. We must set the expectations of the funders while being truthful about the level of investment needed for energy systems research that's led by industry needs. These demonstrators must be seen as living laboratories rather than early examples of a fully designed solution. Public sector funding needs are set at levels that can de-risk much of the involvement of industry. And this approach has been well documented, for example, by Professor Mariana Mazzucato in her book, The Entrepreneurial State. If you haven't read it, I strongly recommend that you do. But in the energy sector, these upfront costs for particularly demonstrators are high, and the price of failure is extremely visible. And that kind of risk is something that we are all trying to cope with. So to achieve international collaboration, therefore, becomes even more complex as transnational interests and funding mechanisms need to be harmonized. And there are differing standards in data acquisition, data protection, in regulations, in market maturities, coupled with variations such as climate and end user needs. So there need to be models of transnational cooperation and collaboration that can include multiple stakeholders and the linking of the funding mechanisms and defining actually what success looks like for all of those partners. So the IERC has developed a methodology at the national level, we believe, for developing high-impact multi-partner projects. We'd like to explore how we can extend this across national borders. And the clue is in our name, I is for international. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Tony. I thought there were some very interesting thoughts there, related both to the challenges for demonstrators, but also the challenges that sometimes even multiply once you're looking at international cooperation in this area, but I think also some ideas about how to overcome those challenges. I'm sure we can come back to them later on, but now I would like to give the floor to Thembakazi Mali from the South African National Energy Development Institute. So Thembakazi, you have the floor also for 5 to 6 minutes, please.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon. It's a real pleasure for me to be here today. I think everybody's been talking about the global challenges that the entire world faces. They are not specifically country-specific challenges, they are global. Therefore, they will need for us to have global solutions. And to have these global solutions, we need to cooperate and collaborate with each other. It has been said that in sub-Saharan Africa, there's more than 600 million people who are underserved. And this gives an opportunity for the deployment of energy access technology, specifically renewable energies, energy efficiency for energy access. And as we all know that Africa has most resources. I mean, we have lots of wind, lots of sun, and we have all the minerals that we can actually use. South Africa, as a country, has been cooperating with the EU through our science and technology bilateral, and we have been participating in the framework program since FP4. And we have been very successful when it comes to health and transport. But we have only been very successful in energy when we're actually a specified country. So basically that means that we need to have collaborations that are specified or even regionally collaboration projects. Other areas that we have been successful have been like in our EU-Africa partnerships, and partnerships that come with actually technology demonstration and pilot projects. The EU has the technology, Africa has the resources, and through this we can actually have more partnerships and create funding mechanisms for regional corporations so that we have technical skills transfer and technical localization of different technologies. We are a member of the IRENA, and as Dolphin said, working with IRENA, we actually then globalize your knowledge, but also working with other countries to actually reach your objectives. We're also an associate member of the IEA, and that also gives us a wide variety of technical cooperation with other EU countries. We have different bilateral technology collaborations with a number of other EU countries. And we have been very successful in actually doing a lot of demonstration projects. So which means like what we probably need to do is to demonstrate these technologies in country and in the region. And this will give us opportunities to actually localize and develop most of these technologies with our EU collaboration partners in country and in the African region. The areas that we probably need to focus on mainly are energy efficiency, renewable energy, and storage. And of course, you need to have all of these grid integration technologies and mechanisms. And other areas are mostly joint research cooperation, technical transfer, human capital development, and all of this will then lead to new markets for technical deployment, and it will then create investment opportunities for EU countries. In conclusion, to encourage bilateral cooperation, and this bilateral cooperation should also be north-south and south-north, so it should not be just one way, it should go both ways, because there are some innovative technologies that do come out of Africa, which also need to be shared with the world. And if we have this, then we will achieve a win-win solution, and we'll benefit and have economic development for both continents, the EU and also Africa. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Tembakazi, for this perspective from Africa. In fact, I think you highlighted very well the complete paradox that we are facing when it comes to Africa, that here we are looking at the continent with enormous resources for renewables, with an enormous potential for energy efficiency, and yet we are looking at a continent also where access to energy is really probably the most important issue to address. So I think you put that very well. There are now, between the EU and Africa, a number of programs in place that are focusing actually on energy issues, renewable energy in particular. So hopefully with those programs we can also make some progress, because I sense that there's a genuine interest among European companies, technology developers and so on, really to take a much more active role in Africa on these things. And I think also in Africa there's a real appetite for developing energy issues in this way. So I think there's a fantastic future waiting for EU-Africa energy cooperation as we know it. With that, I will now turn to Mahesh Moyaria from First Solar. So we will now hear a view from industry, and I guess with a focus on solar PV in particular. So Mahesh, please.
If I can have the slides, please. And I have this Pachacucha format, so it's going to go really fast, but don't worry, you'll have the slides as well. Okay, so the vision of clean, affordable, and abundant solar electricity is now real. The cost challenge has been resolved. In fact, it's competitive in compared to conventional generation in many markets. But to substantially increase penetration of solar, we are facing system integration issues, and already mentioned several times. And this challenge is illustrated by this famous duck curve, which many of you may know about. As we add more solar, we had to reduce the conventional generation to a lower level, and that's the challenge we face. Now, just remember, this is for the low load days. So if you look at these two charts, on the high load days, solar is really kind of insignificant, even though there's curtailment at the low load days. So in summary, as we add more solar, we need more flexibility. And as more flexibility is added to the system, it can accommodate more solar, and this virtuous cycle actually continues, and we can get to a higher percentage of clean energy. So how do we get system flexibility? Well, these are the kinds of solutions already available, and they are shown in increasing cost as well as increasing flexibility as well. The thing that I'm focusing on is on flexible generation and energy storage, and I'll give you some example. This is a project that we did with Tampa Electric, a integrated utility, and E3, a consulting company, and asking the question, can solar provide flexibility? Look at these two charts on the side by side. On the chart on the right-hand side is where solar is used in a flexible manner. It reduces curtailment by 60%, adds value about 50% more. So that is the kind of flexibility that we can actually demonstrate and give benefit to the system. Can solar provide reliability services? We actually conducted a project with ANRAIL and California ISO, and this project won an Intersolar Projects of the Year award. And what I'm showing here is a regulation. This is an AGC signal, automated generation control signal. Every 4 seconds, the generator is asked to do something. And look at how well the solar is following that signal. That is 20+% more accurate than any conventional generation. So it's doing a really excellent job in terms of providing reliability services. And this is important because we replace clean energy with that. Can solar provide firm capacity? This was a project we undertook with Arizona Public Service as a local utility, and they asked the following question. We're interested in energy in the evening time, not during other times, and by using storage, as you can see, if you used 1 hour of storage, we can get 72%, or 2 hours, 72% of the capacity, and with 4 hours, we can get 40 or 98% of the capacity. Why is this important? This replaces a gas peaking unit. And in US, gas is cheap compared to anywhere else. And this project is more competitive than gas generation. So in other words, as we add flexible solar and we add storage, we increase the system flexibility, which in turn accommodates more solar, and that's the good thing about that. So in terms of research and innovation opportunity, ability to reduce, use solar as a means for providing flexibility as well as reducing cost of storage allows us that. In summary, solar now provides real flexibility and essential reliability services, and higher system flexibility, RNI, is necessary to accommodate a higher percentage of clean energy. In fact, Dolph said that we should be getting to 22% of clean electricity from solar, and for that, thank you.
Thank you very much, Mahesh, also for keeping the time very well. I think we're actually doing very well on this panel. I'm very pleased. I think we will have time for a little bit of interaction with you, so you can already start thinking about some of the questions that you would like to ask the panelists. I think what you pointed out, Mahesh, very well is the key issue of system flexibility and the very many different ways which are available in order to achieve that. And even though they're available, we don't always see them employed. And that is really the challenge, and I think that might also be where there is still a need for additional research and innovation in order to bring these really into the market as well. We will now hear from Kentaro Morita from NIDO, where he is the Director General for Technology Strategy Center. And Kentaro, we are looking forward also to hearing how you see international cooperation from Japan. Please.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. As now introduced, I'm Ken Morita, working for NEDO Japan. First of all, I'm honored to be invited here to discuss global energy transition. I'm asked to talk about what kind of R&I, what sort of instrument, and what type of cooperation are needed on track for 2030 and 2050. In Japan, there is a saying that in order to look to the future, let's ask it to the past. Then, let me introduce my organization briefly here. The name of NEDO stands for New Energy Development Organization. This was established 40 years ago. At that time, Japan was seriously suffering from 2 oil crises. Of course, the crises brought a big damage to the world economy. But Japan was especially dependent on petroleum from Middle East. Then, Japanese government at that time decided to substitute renewable energy for oil. The name of NEDO, New Energy Development, meant a trial to graduate from petroleum. Being asked by Japanese government, NEDO had conducted a national project called as Sunshine. It aimed to reduce photovoltaic module cost from 200 US dollars to $1 US dollar in 40 years. The unit is per watt. 7 years ago, a big earthquake hit eastern region of Japan. 20,000 people were sacrificed suddenly, and some nuclear power plants in Fukushima stopped their operations. After that, all of 54 nuclear power plants stopped to resume. NEDO is not in charge of nuclear power, but it was really shocking reality to have lost 1/3 of energy supply in Japanese energy balance. However, in order to overcome this difficulty, Japan strongly conducted saving energy, importing natural gas, and prevailing photovoltaics. At that time, as a result of NEDO's Sunshine Project, the photovoltaic module cost was reaching nearly $1 US a watt. After the disastrous earthquake, solar power had been disseminated dramatically. Nowadays, some of utilities like Kyushu Power Company are asking solar power generators to limit their outputs, partially saying Japan is facing overcapacity of solar power. By the way, the cost target of 1 to 100 in 40 years ago has been achieved or not? Yes, it was achieved last year. The cost is less than $1 US a watt now. It took 43 years, though it was only 3 years delay. Nowadays, photovoltaic generations are more prevalent than wind power in Japan. This Japan's experience shows that if a project is based on the long-term policy, it's not impossible to realize a promising goal. Long-term commitment involves a number of promising engineers to the national project. Japan's tradition of long-term employment also contributed to the success. Considering the future, Japan recognizes more than 30 billion tons of CO2 must be reduced by certain technologies. However, I'm not pessimistic. Remembering imminent situation 40 years ago and 7 years ago, it doesn't seem impossible to realize a desirable result in 2050. Then, what kind of R&I do we need to be on track for 2030 and 2050? NEDO is funding and managing some main projects like photovoltaics, wind power, geothermal, hydrogen, CCU, storage, saving energy and grid, as well as innovative materials and production process. Recently, we are investing a possibility of supercritical geothermal additionally. However, I suggest that it's not necessary to limit our options today. Rather, as I'm questioned, we need to prepare for instruments to foster the technological innovation. Instruments here mean not only R&I scheme, but also feed-in tariff, ESG finance, rule making, and business modeling. The more instruments, the more flexibility we can get. Additionally, compared to 40 years ago, more players like governments, bankers, companies, and citizens are now taking part in. The more players, the more wisdom we can learn. As for cooperation, when two oil crises occurred, Japan was regionally isolated. Japan didn't and doesn't have any natural resources domestically. Furthermore, there are two narrow straits in order to import petroleum from Middle East. However, facing on climate change today, we are sharing the same goal. In this regard, NEDO had conducted demonstration projects in France, UK, and Spain in the past. Nowadays, NEDO has been conducting other demonstration projects in Germany, Slovenia, Poland, and Portugal. My suggestion is to involve Asian countries like Japan. The gravity of economy is shifting from west to east. Once an advanced technology is applied to both west and east, the impact of CO2 reduction might be bigger in east. NEDO believes our responsibility of taking a technological leadership in Asia. Let's work together. Thank you very much for attention.
Thank you very much, Kentaro, for giving us this perspective from Japan. It is in a way not surprising that Japan is focusing a lot on new energy technologies because, after all, you are a country that is very much dependent on imported energy. And then you had, on top of that, you had the Fukushima situation that you had to deal with. So I think the examples that you gave towards the end of your presentations are very logical, and we welcome that very much as good examples of international cooperation. Now, I'm really very happy that Naomi Cheviard has made it also to the panel. I will leave you for the end, and first we will hear from Gwen, who will talk to us, I think, a little bit about mission innovation and perhaps also other international types of cooperation. So, Gwen, please.
Good afternoon to all. I think it's a great honor for me to talk about mission innovation on behalf of its member, and in particular Franck Desrosiers, who is the Assistant Deputy Minister in Natural Resources in Canada, who is sharing, currently this international initiative. You heard several times today about mission innovation, so Minister Hofer talk about it. I heard also Niels Rocke about the European Energy Research Alliance and my director, Patrick Child. But hopefully you will get a bit of more, details of what really are the specificity of this international initiative. So everything started, in COP21. Everyone knows that. But at that time, it was only 20, I would say, leading economy in the world. And today, I think it's interesting to see that this number has already grown. So we have 24 members. And among these members, you have 10 European countries, which really demonstrates that Europe is really at the core also of this initiative and of its activity. And we have, in addition to this European country, we have the European Commission. So you will just ask me, but what is the role of the European Commission here? And I think the role of the European Commission is very important because we are there first, to support our member states, in particular to cooperate, and we have for that a wonderful instrument, which is Horizon 2020, which, if you don't know, it's the largest research program open to the world, so it's a very important tool for cooperation in international initiative. And in addition to that, I think we have also the duty to support our member states who are not part today of mission innovation. And of course, we are also there to ensure that the European interests are certainly not driving this international initiative. I don't think it's healthy to have driver in this type of initiative, but certainly we are there to ensure that European interests are listened to. So the goal of mission innovation, we have 4 important objectives. I would consider that the most important one is this commitment of our head of state, which is to double, the public investment in clean energy innovation within the next 5 years. You heard many times also this morning how important it is to step up in our investment. So this type of initiative is very important to set, this drive. An additional very important objective, which certainly is the most more difficult, because this initiative is coming from the government, so it's really public funding, is of course we need to leverage these public funds with the private sector. The third point is about cooperation, and we really would like that thanks to this initiative, we increase, the cooperation amongst the members. And the fourth point is equally important, is about, talking about, this clean energy innovation and ensuring that, these communities building and increasing, because the needs for the future are tremendous. In order to operationalize all, these 4 objectives, we have, from the start, identified, 7 innovation challenges, and today we have 8, but from the start we identified 7, where we think, in these sectors, that it can really be a difference to come together and, to cooperate on different manner, but of course, concrete cooperation on research and innovation. And if you can see, but you will have the slides, so we have one on smart grids, we have one of grid, how would they call it? Off-grid access to electricity, sorry. We have another one on carbon capture, storage and use. We have another one on biofuel, another one on clean energy materials, another one on capturing sunlight in storable fuel cells. We have another one on heating and cooling, and the latest one, which has been decided last May at the last ministerial, was the one on hydrogen. And also you are not surprised, because we talk a lot about, the importance of hydrogen for the future. So in terms, as I told you, for me, the most important objective is this commitment from the government to increase their spending in clean energy research, demonstration and development. I think it's key. You have here figures, but I don't think it's so important to stick to the figures, because, for example, even if the increase here, you have only the member who have communicated their data, and you don't have, for example, the US data, although we know the US are fully on track in terms of spending in low carbon research innovation. It was mentioned in Mitchell's presentation this morning, but this is also confirmed by us. But for political reasons, they prefer to be a bit silent in terms of, showing transparently their data. So the second goal about private investment, it's something that requires a lot of, I think, energy from our side to make concrete things happening here. But I think we made quite significant progress. First of all, we started to have a partnership with, the World Economic Forum, and it is very important because it ensures that we have some continuity in the discussion on clean energy innovation, for example, in Davos. So it helps us a lot in order to mature some political decision in order to make things happening. And as an illustration, thanks to this discussion in Davos in 2018, we have been able to materialize. I give you 2 examples which are really a follow-up of Davos. In Sweden, they have really developed a very innovative I think, tool in terms of public-private procurement. From the EC side, for sure, it has helped us also to put an important instrument in terms of completely new approach in terms of co-investment between public and private. So I have no time to discuss about that, but trust me, it's a radically new approach, and we are going to pilot that in the European Commission. I'm very proud of that. And we are not the only one. India is also developing an international incubator because from the start, even in India, they want that their small businesses are already, completely in this dynamic of globalization and are ready, to go for exports and etc. So these are direct things which we have done in the context of mission innovation. The third point is more, I would say, the classical type of international cooperation, but still, I think it's important because we have, until now, developed 40 new international cooperation, but concrete research and innovation that would not have happened without mission innovation. We have, so for example, specific calls on specific innovation challenges between India and France. We have, in our case, we launched a global prize in artificial photosynthesis. And I know that they have also very interesting program on clean energy material between Canada and Mexico. And now the fourth one, which I think is also very important for mission innovation, is really to create, and to increase this community and to mobilize, our scientific community, our young researchers, etc. So in the innovation challenge we are working on, so the 8th one, we have mobilized, around 3,000, technological expertise and innovator. Importantly, we have launched, we call a Mission Innovation Champion Program. It's a kind of reward, where we are going to, we have 19 countries who participate, and we have a kind of selection, and we will have a champion from all, this country. And I think it's interesting because, in the young people, this type of light put on some important research innovation is make a difference. And what they did in the last ministerial is that they have also produced, a kind of booklet where you can see, the innovation linked to national investment from all these 24 countries. So I think, I hope that it's quite short, but you are convinced that it's a really important initiative, and it's short, it's 5 years, but we really expect that after these 5 years we will be able to demonstrate, I think the good idea that our head of state got, and US in particular, I shall say that, because we shall not forget that the initiative came from US, and with the previous administration, and in particular Mr. Moniz, who has been really the person, behind all this agreement. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, Gwen, for almost sticking to your time as well. I think it was so very good to hear in some detail about this, which I think is probably one of the most important initiatives internationally in terms of developing R&I Cooperation International in the field of energy transition, clean energy, and so on. So I think it was certainly very useful. And now I'm very happy to give the floor to Naomi Chevillard, who I'm glad to have with us. You made it in the end. You are with Solar Power Europe, and before that you were also with the French TSO. So we're looking very much forward to your take on international cooperation on energy R&E. Please.
Okay, so good morning, everyone. I followed very strictly your instruction to work in a Pecha Kucha format, so I hope we will appreciate. So to start with, to give you a short vision on and a short input on our vision of the research and innovation, I think we needed to start with what is our goal. And our goal, of course, is to ensure the decarbonization of the economy and to reach our commitment under the Paris Agreement. And to reach that, we will need to further develop renewables, but also to extend renewables to other sectors of the economy. As we see on these slides, renewables are still a small part of our total energy consumption. Where do we stand? Today we have achieved important reduction of renewables cost, as you see on this slide, which enable a large development of solar, notably, but also of wind in Europe. And so that's a great achievement, but we have other challenges ahead to achieve a decarbonized world in 2050. The first one will be functioning with an electricity system looking like this, with a large share of renewables. So how do we reform our electricity system to integrate more renewable? And the second one is how do we extend renewable to other sectors of the economy, to the industrial sector, to the transport sector, to the building sector in heating and cooling, etc. So achieving sector coupling, basically. So from this vision, I think we can, this is more or less we can find the big priorities for the European research and development. Thanks. So of course, aside of improving the efficiency of our technologies, we think that the big challenges will come in what we call key enabling technologies. The first one was smart grids, but we also need to work on battery storage, on smart homes and smart energy management systems, which will improve the integration of solar and of renewable energies in the system. The second areas where we need to focus our research and innovation efforts is, of course, sector coupling. So, of course, one example is BIPV, where we have achieved a lot of progress in Europe. BIPV also in the transport sector. It's something where we're working on which we're working on a lot in Solar Power Europe. But also, of course, I haven't shown the pictures, but the coupling of renewables and hydrogen will be very important. So now to finish with which tool do we achieve these priorities? Well, the first tool, of course, is achieving a strong and ambitious budget for renewables, which will soon come on the screen. So I refer obviously to the current negotiations under the multi-annual financial framework, which should secure ambitious financing for renewables in research and innovation, so Horizon 2020, but also in the CEF, because now we should have a budget for cross-border projects for renewables. The second point is also a budget, clarified budget for SMEs, with clear priorities and more visibilities for companies to invest and to access EU funds. So one of the ideas, of course, to develop a one-stop shop for companies to have a better vision on where they can access European funding. Second priority, second tool is a strategic vision for European research and innovation funding. So really, we should, at European level, decide on which areas and on which technologies we need to invest, and the priority we think should be, for instance, integration of renewables. I am showing a picture of the European Battery Alliance. That's an alliance that we supported a lot that should streamline funding on the development of battery storage solution. But of course, the mainstreaming of EU funds to climate action is also an important tool. The third point is making sure that our research and innovation technologies reach market and that we bring our technologies from the very early phase to market development. It means funding more demonstration projects and late research phase projects, but also having a policy on the demand side. For instance, we have developed a lot of innovation in BIPV, but we need now to foster the demand through the buildings regulation. But also the clean energy package will really improve that by supporting self-consumption and encouraging individuals to invest into smart energy systems, into storage systems, as well as system operators to invest into innovative operating solutions. The fourth point, and to close my intervention, it's of course international cooperation with European companies. We should keep a dialogue with European stakeholders, and we think that the cooperation with the Global Solar Council is key, as well as the mission innovation. That's it for my Petra Kucha presentation. Thanks a lot, and I'm happy to now discuss this with you.
Thank you very much, Naomi, and also for taking the Petra Kucha challenge. I think you did very well. I think we got a very good overview of the key challenges that we need to look at, and also an example at the end there on some kind of international cooperation in this area. Now, we're actually in the very good situation that we have some 15-20 minutes. I'm looking at Jackie. I think I don't see her looking worried. Something like that, in order to have you ask your questions, if you have one or more. Then really now is the moment to do so. So please make yourself known. It's a little bit difficult to see very clearly for us here in the spotlight, but are there anyone who would like to raise a question? Yes, there is. Please.
Yes, hello. Good afternoon. Astrid Schneider from IIT, Austrian Institute of Technology. I have the following question. We heard as well this morning how investments of European Union, private industry will be made. But I wonder as well in the view, especially in the view of the international panel, how can we really make solar photovoltaic industries strong in Europe again? Can we do that anyhow? How can we take this challenge, as there's a very, sorry, it's a little bit funny microphone here, as we have a very international podium. So, because at the moment we see that the production capacity is vanishing from Europe in one of the very key technologies for the energy transition, and the research is then suffering accordingly. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much for that question. I think there would be a couple of people on the panel who might be interested or able to respond to that question. I'm looking maybe at Naomi. Firstly, you are representing the PV industry as well in your association. So do you think there's a chance of, shall we say, attract again PV panel production to Europe in the current economic situation?
It's working. Hi. Well, I would like to start with reminding a small thing on the added value regarding the PV sector. What we observe currently is that a high part of the added value and the jobs and the economic activity in the photovoltaic sector is also located in the downstream sector, so in installation, in operation maintenance, and also in the smart energy systems that go with the PV installation. So I think we should also focus on these aspects of the added value that are very important for us. Then on the manufacturing industry, well, we have already in Europe share of the industry in the very early phase of the manufacturing, as Wacker Chemie, which is president of the board of Solar Power Europe. I think there is still potential to develop manufacturing, PV manufacturing in Europe, but we need to focus our efforts, in particular in high quality technologies, and again, for instance, BIPV, and again, we need to support research and development in these sectors, but also, as I said in my presentation, support market outreach, so ensure that our policies incentivize market actors to invest in these technologies as well, so as we foster also a demand.
Okay, anybody else? Marish, where are you producing your panels?
Hi, Kenny. This is a very good question. The way we should look at it, though, is that the value added in solar panels, in manufacturing solar panels, is getting very small now. I mean, it's very difficult to manufacture solar panels in countries, Western countries in general, even though, I mean, First Solar does manufacture. We used to have a factory in Frankfurt, and we don't anymore. But we do manufacture in the US, but mostly we manufacture in Asia because it's a competition that's driving. But as Naomi pointed out, there's a lot of added value when you take those panels and actually apply them in the country. You have a lot more people working on that element than necessarily manufacturing. So the added value is elsewhere. Also, the second thing is that there's a lot of research going on in Europe, particularly in BIPV, et cetera, which is essentially quite innovative, and I think there is a lot more added value in that direction. The third place, which is even more important, which I emphasize, is the system integration, system flexibility. That is not about manufacturing, that's about how to use solar in a much more cost-effective manner in the overall system, which is where Western countries can continue to innovate and do well.
Thank you for that. I think the points made by both of you were actually that a lot of the value added lies outside of the actual manufacturing of the panels themselves. And I think I've heard the number of 70% mentioned in that connection, so I think that's a very valid point. Do I see anybody else who... Yes, I see a gentleman there, please.
Bernhard Gerratz from Austrian company Solid. I personally miss in this entire discussion the fact that the decarbonization of our society is not only a question of decarbonization of the electrical sector, but also of the thermal sector, thermal energy sector, as 50% of the end user energy is in the thermal sector. So please, ladies and gentlemen, don't be blind on this eye to me. And I want to close with an invitation for tomorrow's session on renewables for 2050, where our CEO, Christian Holter, will give you an idea of decarbonization of thermal energy system on a long term. And I have one question or one comment personally to Gwen, where she stated that at the goal 4 of the mission innovation concerning the awareness challenges, there are now 3,000 technical experts doing this job. I think we did this the last century or decades, not centuries, decades. Maybe this was not successful yet. Maybe we should go another or search for another solution. Maybe we should use different disciplines like arts or whatever, but not the technical engineers doing this job. Thanks.
So maybe you should not stop, to the words that were, in the slides. I think it was more, the fact that we mobilized, research community, at least this number are those, if you collect, what we have been able to engage within the 8 innovation challenges. But yes, I agree that it's not only, I think, specifically these people. But we don't have designer among these number. Possibly they need to come as well in specific challenges.
I'd just like to respond to the issue there about heat. That's a really important point. We often come to energy conferences and we come to electricity-focused conferences. Everything's about electricity. There's no doubt that there's an electrification, there's a decarbonisation of the electricity system and then the electrification of services. And that's obviously the direction of travel. But the transition to get from where we are to there, that's a long road. And interestingly, in Ireland at the moment, we're just beginning to understand that to meet the carbon targets in Ireland, it's heat and transport that's going to miss. We're going to make the electricity, carbon and renewable energy targets, but when it comes to heat and transport, we're likely to be seeing some fines coming down the tracks. Now that's important, that there are actual penalties, international penalties imposed on member states to say you've got to address decarbonisation across all of these sectors. And there is very little being done, far too little being done in heat. I know there's somebody here from EASE, but far too little being invested in heat solutions. And we're trying to stimulate that in Ireland. That's very difficult when, in fact, you get each utility, the gas network and the electricity network going, well, actually, if we electrify heat, then we can take those customers off the gas grid, and the gas utility saying, well, actually, you don't want stranded assets, do you? Because this is an expensive asset. It's about making sure that each of those national assets are not stranded, that you get the maximum value out of them, and we've heard about hydrogen and other alternatives, but we need to have an equal effort on that.
Yeah, I think, thanks for making that point, Tony, and thank you actually for raising the issue. I think it's a bit of a coincidence that we have two PV people on the panel, and also that Dolph chose to speak mostly about integration of renewable electricity in grids and so on. But you are absolutely right that the heat sector is absolutely critical. And I think it's probably the sector where we are currently facing the biggest challenge alongside the transport sector. If you look at the EU, for example, and you look at how we are currently making progress towards our 20% renewable energy target for 2020, we see that most member states are actually above their trajectory when it comes to renewable electricity, but are lagging behind when it comes to both transport and heat. So I think you're absolutely right to point out that we need to also focus in the future on the heating sector and how we can decarbonize that through renewables and through other means, especially energy efficiency as well, I think. So I think it was a good point, so thanks for making that. Anybody else?
I think it's a very good question, but let's put it this way as well. If you look at the shale sky scenario, which was talked about, they are thinking about 20% of the end user energy today is electricity, going to about 50%. So the fact that you electrify and decarbonize the electric system is certainly a big deal, because you're going to about 50% electricity. But there is no doubt that other problems are much bigger. In fact, the sky scenario says, oh, decarbonizing electric grid is not a problem, it's a done thing. Let's worry about the rest of it. So I just happen to think that we still have a long way to decarbonize even the electricity market, that's all.
Absolutely. Do I see anybody else? Yes, please.
Hello, my name is Manfred Horvath from Vienna University of Technology. I follow the framework program since about 30 years. This session was on international cooperation. In fact, I didn't hear a lot about international cooperation, only that it is rather complicated. In my view, I had a very strong focus always on international cooperation the last few years about the cooperation with China. And I wonder why the framework program, which is, as was rightly said, is the strongest competitive research program in the world, but the focus on international cooperation is, I would call, marginal. For instance, in Horizon 2020, we have now about 90,000 participation. I think there are some 400 from China. In FP7, we had 137,000 participations and some 600 from China. So where is the focus on international cooperation? And I fully agree with the, I wouldn't put this under a question mark. There would be a high, especially in the sector what we are discussing here, there would be a great benefit from international cooperation, but why is there not more focus on it?
Gwen, do you want to address this?
Let's try to provide an answer, but I think international cooperation is possible in the framework program, but it's based on the willingness, of the research community to establish such type of international cooperation. So what we try to help, it's to provide some instruments that ease, this international cooperation. But, the priority has to come from, it's a bottom-up approach. Each topic is open, and I think it depends on the consortium and, the relationship you build with, the research community outside Europe. So I don't see too much the point, and I don't think it would be good to make a strong priority here, because my experience is if you force people to cooperate, it never works. It has really to be a willingness, and what we try to certainly picture very high is a common interest, and now more and more also the principle of reciprocity. So I'm sorry, I'm just talking about reciprocity because you cited China, and I think it's one of the key elements which maybe is putting some barriers in terms of international cooperation between European countries and China. So I hope I provide you with some pieces of answer.
I think it's a very important point, but the question I think we have to ask is, what do you want from international research cooperation? And so I say you have to start defining the expectations. What is it you actually want? So, I mean, I've had research collaborations with China, and you get this funding that gets some people transferring from one country to another, and then you understand what's going on and where the knowledge gaps are. So sometimes they just become a little bit of knowledge transfer. The thing is, there isn't then a program of follow-up funding that says, right, let's build on that, let's build on that, let's keep the building going over the years and over the decades, so that we embed those strong international collaborations. Because otherwise, you just start from scratch every time you get another little bit of seed funding, and that's what I'm not unsure. What are we trying to achieve? Are we trying to achieve a better electricity system in one country, or a lot of it's context-driven? So how do you get harmonized expectations and focus and research outputs that match everybody's expectations in that collaboration? I think those questions need to be asked, and we need to have fora around and a dialogue. And I think perhaps Mission Innovation is where we can start to have more of that kind of conversation.
One comment in terms of mechanisms. Of course, with Norway and Switzerland, there is already a mechanism also for cooperation, so that perhaps that could be extended also to other countries. But if you look at the practical innovations taking place, if you take high wind, so that's Equinor technology, that's Masdar funding, that's developed in EU waters. If you take the latest news on floating offshore wind, that a French company is going to cooperate to set up these plants in Japan. We talk about PV. We talk about the value chain. Well, the PV machine, still a big part, is produced here in Europe and then exported to China for production. So
in practice, there is a lot of this international cooperation simply because it makes good economic sense.
I think that's true. A lot of it actually happens under the radar. We don't really talk a lot about it. We don't see it a lot, but it is actually happening on a daily basis. Ken, you wanted to come in?
Yeah, thank you, Chair. I also believe the question is focusing on the very much important point. And in order to make a good cooperation, it's inevitable to invite private sectors, companies. And in order to involve private companies, we need to distinguish cooperation and competition. Cooperation and competition. In Japan, we call it closed and open strategy. Of course, in order to keep competitiveness, companies want to close some part of activities. However, in order to make a good cooperation, they need to expose their openness to others. The distinguishment between openness and closeness is really important to make a good, effective cooperation. Thank you.
Timbakazi, can you see South Africa also cooperating under the framework program with the EU on energy research?
Well, I did say that we are not as, we participated since framework program 4, but we are not as good participating in energy in H2020. However, with different bilaterals that we have with a number of European countries, we do have that international cooperation. And most of this is about piloting and demonstrating technologies, and this leads then to us deploying those technologies better in country. And I think the framework program so far, we haven't been able to identify that niche that we possibly need to have as a country or as a region, that we firstly need to demonstrate these technologies. I know that we also need to develop, but maybe our developing of technologies is not as strong, but that demonstration and deployment is a strong part that we actually need to be focusing on as a region and as a country.
Just maybe to complement what you say, I think the European program is really there also to complement and to provide additional opportunity, because you have this bilateral cooperation, and sometimes, for some type project, it's much easier, it's much more appropriate. But what we can propose in the European program is also that you can have cooperation with other members with whom you didn't yet have established this bilateral cooperation. So in a nutshell, what does it mean? It means that we have plenty of opportunities, and it's really dependent on what you want to achieve. And I think that's what counts, is the objective have to be clear, and based on the objective, you have to choose the right instrument. Sometimes it's a bilateral cooperation, sometimes it's something multilateral. Really, it depends on what you want to do.
I think that's true, and I think there's probably more projects that are common with third countries than we tend to think. Because in one of my previous jobs, I was dealing with international relations, and I was traveling quite a lot, and whenever I traveled somewhere, I always looked up whether there were any cooperation projects, and practically for every country in the world, I was able to find somewhere some kind of interface in the research area under the framework program. So I think there's actually a lot going on that perhaps is not so known. Now, I'm looking at Jackie, but I think maybe we have time for one tiny, small, very burning question. And I see one gentleman there. I think it's great. Yeah, please.
Thanks very much. Sorry. Greg Arrowsmith from EUREC, the Association of European Renewable Energy Research Centres. We're at the Set Plan conference, so I think it's worthwhile just to refer to one of the documents that's been produced in the context of the Set Plan, and that is the implementation plan of PV. Forgive me for talking about PV again, but I'm redressing the balance a bit from a hydrogen-dominated first panel. I was having a look at this document during the panel discussion, and what struck me was that although the document does mention some of the priorities which Mahesh and Naomi have mentioned, it does also mention a few others as well. It talks about development work on new materials, on manufacturing technologies, on improving efficiencies of cells and modules. So I think that the point that I take away from this is that although we've heard from the two speakers a possible set of research priorities, I think that there is also a view among others in the PV community that there's work to be done on other parts of the value chain, and that there's a keen appetite not to give up on manufacturing, also on cells and modules.
Thank you for that. I think that was more of a comment than actually a question, so I'm not sure we need anyone to respond, although I see Maris is very keen to, very shortly.
Yeah, the bottom line is that we want to have 50% more reduction in solar costs by within a decade. So anything that we can do on the module side in terms of lowering the cost further or improving the efficiency is certainly fair game. And so don't take my remark as that we are not interested. We're very interested, but it's a very challenging problem because the module cost has come down so much that you have a high barrier to overcome that. That's all.
Thank you for that. And I think with that, I would just... Naomi, I think it's very briefly, yes?
Yeah, very briefly, yeah. Yeah, very briefly, I think we fully agree. This is also an area that is indeed in the implementation plan of the set plan, and we should work on that. Maybe this is materials that have that can be used in high quality technologies, in BIPV, in these kind of sectors. However, our message is also to make sure that we still do not lose sight of the other parts of the value chain, that we also still encourage the development of PV in other sectors, in not high quality sectors, and still encourage the development of PV and the energy transition.
Very good. Thanks for that clarification. I think with that, we will have to conclude this panel. I would like to thank warmly all our members of the panel. I think we've managed to cover quite a few issues. Maybe again we had a little bias towards the electricity sector. Maybe we need to address that in one of the next sessions if possible. But I think it has been very, very interesting. So thank you to all of you again. And I will then hand over to Jackie.
Thank you very much, and thank you to you, Hans, for moderating and chairing that session. Thank you. Join again in thanking the panel very much indeed, ladies and gentlemen. So we heard there about the benefits of cooperation, some of the key areas that the panel identified as being particularly beneficial for that cooperation, and some of the challenges in building effective cooperation and partnerships. We're now, after the coffee break, going to split you into two groups and dive into some of these issues that we've been talking about or touching on in more detail. And the first of these, which will take place in this room, is about citizens asking for and investing in the energy transition. How can research and innovation answer them? Of course, a focus on consumers in the energy system is a key element of the set plan and of the key concrete actions. It's also a key plank of the European Union strategy itself, and a consumer-centric approach featuring strongly in the clean energy legislative package. So we'll talk in that session about what is needed in terms of research and innovation to enable even more citizens to contribute to, invest in and benefit from the energy transition, as well as addressing some of their potential concerns, for example, around security and data protection. Next door in Stolz, which is that away. Industry as a facilitator of clean energy and carbon neutral feedstock. What demonstrations and pilots are needed now for 2050? Again, energy efficient done to maintain progress towards decarbonisation, and what are the key next steps that need to be taken, and what are the support that is needed to realise those demonstration and pilot projects, and so on. Just let me tell you now, because we won't all be back together again before the end of today, this evening at 8 o'clock there is an evening reception given by the Mayor of the City of Vienna at the Buchenschank vor Gasselhuber, with beer generously provided by the general partner Brauunion Österreich, the Austrian Brewing Union, and then buses to get there. Buses will leave from close to the entrance to this venue. There'll be people to show you where, but basically you'll go out, turn left, and then at the end of this building, turn left and you'll find the buses. But there will be people to point you in the right direction. That is at 7 o'clock, 1900 hours from here. And to come back to here, there will be two buses, one at 21:30, 9:30 p.m., and another one at 22:30, 10:30 p.m. And then tomorrow morning at 9 o'clock sharp, I look forward to seeing you back here, bright-eyed and bushy-tailed. We've talked about the global today. We're going to turn our attention to the regional and to cities and the local tomorrow morning. So thank you very much to all of you. It's now time for a 25-minute coffee break, then the two parallel sessions, here for citizens, Stolz for industry. Thank you very much. Thank you again to our panel. Ladies and gentlemen, could I ask you to take your seats as quickly as possible now so we can get underway? Thank you very much. Smaller in number in this one. If you'd like to join us more in the middle, you know, this is not obligatory, but more in the middle area, so we can be a little bit more cozy and workshop-like, that would be terrific. But as I say, you're under no obligation to do so. But I think the audience would, the panelists would appreciate being able to see more of your faces more clearly. Okay, so welcome to this parallel session on citizens asking for and investing in the energy transition. How can research and innovation answer? As you all are very aware, advances in energy technology, automation and ICT are powering a transition towards a more decentralized generation and a more active role for what have become known as prosumers in many European countries. And as I mentioned before the break, this consumer-centric approach, very much a key plank of the European Union strategy, the Clean Energy Legislative Packet, and of the set plan concrete actions themselves, which focus those actions and the implementations plan on aiming to facilitate the participation of consumers in smart energy systems. So in this session, we want to consider what is needed in terms of research and innovation to enable even more citizens to contribute, invest in, and benefit from that transition. And as I mentioned earlier, also address concerns that they might have about security and data protection. Your chair for this session, I'm delighted to welcome her and hand over to her, is Heidi Adensam, who is Director for Energy Efficiency and Buildings in the Austrian Federal Ministry for Sustainability and Tourism. Heidi, thank you very much for taking on this task, for having us here. And over to you to introduce the session, your pitch project, and your panelists. Over to you.
Me. Good afternoon to everyone. My name is Heidi Adensam. I'm working in the Ministry for Sustainability and Tourism in the Directorate General for Climate Protection. And my unit is not only dealing with energy efficiency, but also with buildings. And what I observed so far is that customers and citizens are very important players and supportive, they can be supportive agents to introduce transformation of energy systems, but sometimes they do not react in a way that we would suppose them to do. And so I'm really glad that we, in this session, are dealing with citizens, with the role of consumers, with an active role of consumers, how we can engage customers more in the process of transformation of energy system, and how we can empower customers and citizens to become an active agent in this process. Yeah, and one of our first speakers is Johannes Reichel. Johannes is working as researcher and project leader at the university, at the Kepler Universität Linz. He's dealing with energy efficiency, assessment of energy efficiency measures, and he's leading an interesting project which develops an app for customers to help customers to realize better the energy consumption in their homes, and to give them some kind of game to be incorporated in the energy consumption, and to give them a possibility to react and to put in place measures to reduce and to control their energy consumption. Johannes Reichel. Johannes, may I ask you to start with the pitch project for this session?
Yes, thanks a lot, Heidi, for the introduction. Basically, you have already said a lot of what I am actually saying to you now in a bit more details and hopefully with some interesting results. My name is Johannes Reichel, coming from the Energy Institute, and I am the lucky guy that may coordinate the project called PCAP, which I am sure we will see in a second on the slides, right? On the screen here. And the project PCAP, thanks a lot, and the project PCAP is called the Personal Energy Administration Kiosk Application, where its short form PCAP already says a lot about the content. Yes, it is a smartphone app, and what we want to do there is that this smartphone app helps the European consumers to deal with peak loads. So, in the center, in the very center of our project idea, we do have a smartphone app that we have developed, and this smartphone app takes data from European citizens' smart meters and transforms these data into interesting content for improving people's energy efficiency, as we hope. We do that by several different ways. We know that there are quite different people out there. Some of them are the very serious-minded guys that are more interested into analytical content, but we also have the more entertaining-oriented people, maybe not that interested into energy right away. And for those, we have games, comparisons to other households, and similar things here. And once having developed that app, one of the very cornerstones of our project is that we do have a large test bed of real households dealing with our app, and we want to find out how much do they actually engage with such a new technology. The plan was to involve 2,500 households. Actually, we have achieved more than 4,000 participants to our field tests, and then we had to say, stop, we don't have the resources to take up more of you. What was the motivation actually? What was our start to develop that app? Well, the energy transition is a great thing. PV, electric vehicles, we have a lot of things that people can really be a part of the energy transition. But more than half of the European population live in apartments. So they are very limited in their possibilities to engage with the energy transition. PV installations need a roof, electric vehicles basically need your own garage, and many of those that live in apartments also do not have the financial resources to actually construct things for themselves to be a part. And so we had the opportunity over the last year, my team, to interview more than 30,000 Europeans, and there is actually a portion of them, quite a significant portion, that feels someone left behind. They don't have these capacities to participate in that transition, just to download it, and then it will be connected with your smart meter, and that means no costly in-home installations or no effort for getting that thing done. And the question now is, are citizens actually asking for such an investment? And, well, the field tests are now over. We have tested our app for over 70 weeks with our participants, and what you see there is the level of engagement with the app. We started, of course, when we started the app, everyone downloaded it, looked into it, and then we've lost some interest, as you may expect. We have a second peak where we brought another couple of people into the app, and again, of course, we lose some interest. But even after 70 weeks, we see that 20 to 30% of the people have used the app for several times of the month. And 20 to 30 people after 70 weeks is a better retention rate than most of these very renowned apps do have, like Facebook even or Twitter. What else did we want to see from the people? We've done an experiment with them. As load shifting, as I told you, is in the very core interests, I believe that we all have to focus on over the next years. So we told them only 2 months ago, on the 25th of September at 6 p.m., we sent them a push message and told them, please turn off your electricity now. We have to do something in a balancing grid way, and you are now in charge of helping us to balance the grid. This is the load profile of one of our over 1,000 participants that we had in Austria in this field test. And you see, this guy has actually turned off his whole electricity consumption. And you know what? This was not the only guy. More than 40% of the people that we've sent that message have decreased their electricity consumption by more than 50%. So even when I'm a very optimistic guy, the response that we got from the people here is overwhelmingly big. They are willing really to do something. And as a last experiment that I want to talk to you about is that over the whole period of the 70 weeks, we've sent our respondents 2 or 3 times a week a message that told them when on the next day there will be lots of sun and wind power in the power grids. And we stimulated them to consume electricity right then by giving them discounts on their electricity bill in varying extents from 10 to even 50%. And again, we saw a great impact of that on the people's energy behavior. They've really restructured their day accordingly. So we can say today that if you decrease electricity consumption prices for 10%, you will get an increased consumption of 1.7%. And this is a balancing facility that we do have out there. It's comparably cheap, and we can basically use it tomorrow with almost 500 million Europeans. So that's the PICA project, and I would conclude by the words, I do actually believe that citizens are asking for this kind of investment.
Thank you very much, Johannes. An easy tool, cheap, helps saving money and helps balancing the grid. This is what we in this session want to discuss, and I have the pleasure to introduce you 3 more speakers and panelists. First, Luke, can you join us? Luke Hassenlab, he is working in the energy sector for more than 30 years. At the moment, he is working at Schneider Electrics, and he is working in the field of automation and also digitalization, and he will present us a little bit on Schneider Electrics and on what can digitalization do for our customers. Thank you, Luke. Next panelist is Wolfgang Urbancic. Please come to us. Wolfgang is Executive Director of the Austrian Regulatory Authority, and he is also Vice President of the Council of the European Energy Regulators, and since 2013 he holds the position of Chairman of the Advisory Committee of the Energy Community also. And Wolfgang, he's an energy lawyer, knowing about the constraints and about the challenges we are facing when we collect information and when data is collected, such as data security and so on. Thank you, Wolfgang. And Lydia Borrell-Damian, she's our third panelist. Thank you, Lydia. Lydia, she is Director for Research and Innovation at the European University Association. She is responsible for the portfolio of the research and innovation activities at the association, and her areas of work include coordination of scientific policy, the scientific policy input through in the energy and environmental platforms, as far as I saw. And she manages the relations between the major energy European stakeholders in the set plan conference. So thank you, Lydia. Luke, can you first give us some insight into what Schneider Electronics is doing for the customers concerning energy transition? Thank you.
Sure. So I have played a game of the Pecha Kucha, you have heard this. So I'm going to start with some general considerations, some vision, some external trends, in order to try to list some of the possible R&I story that we could develop in Europe. So this should normally, run. Yeah. Okay, you start having it. All right, so, okay, it's the difference between this one and this one. It's very strange. Okay, Okay, so to get inspired, I studied by an extract from what Klaus Schwab, from the guy who has founded the Davos Forum, has written, and basically speaking about the fourth revolution, say that this is a mix between physical, digital, and biological domain. And of course, when we discussed the consumer, I thought it was pretty appropriate because these three domains are pretty new. Now, looking back 34 years ago to anticipate 2050, which is in 30 years from now, we had the Macintosh at that time. Some of you may remember. And on the Macintosh, what was very new was the mouse. Now, the mouse was not invented by Apple. The mouse was invented by Xerox. What was new is the industrialization. So this is also innovation. This is an extract from your electric report, looking at different decarbonization scenario. And here, what is very important is to have cost-effective appliance for the customer to buy the efficient appliance. So it's about cost and it's about customer behavior. This picture is from China but could apply to Europe, and there are two messages here. First, of course, cost of electricity, and there are some very good practice that I see in Europe, looking how DSO can trade flexibility to reduce the cost to the network. The other aspect is the business model. This guy makes money with his QR code. This one is an extract from Bloomberg, and here what you see is that the utility is not only selling electricity now, it's selling services, comfort as a service, or repair your house. So we are moving from selling electricity to serving the customer, moving from energy-centric to customer-centric. And this one is an example of what we have in France since about 2 months. This is Leclerc. If you purchase electricity from them, you get voucher that you can use in the supermarket. So here, it's cross-sector coupling between electricity and food. It's not only heat and transport, it's much behind that. And I think this is the way to incentivize the customer. If we go even further, this is another book, The Customer the Day After Tomorrow, showing that now the interface is no longer the mobile, this is Alexa. And when you look at what E.ON is doing with Microsoft, we are at the time of GAFA, you know, and this could be a political question for Europe, but this is, for me, one of the big pieces for the future of the citizen. So what we have seen right now is we are going to have an ecosystem, back to the biological picture from the beginning, you know. We are going to have an ecosystem with different types of citizens. It could be the millennium, it could be the whole people, you know. They are going to connect not only with energy players, but with non-energy players. They are going to communicate with the GAFA. Now, the cost of energy for the customer is not only his home, it's also his vehicle, and it's also the data center. How many mails, how many video, how many games do you do? The data center consumption is rising like hell, much higher than the vehicle, you know, or the home. So this is also an area that we need to tackle. When looking at the value chain, to make it very simple, we say, hey, we first need to access to the energy, we use the energy, and then we... So looking at them one by one and putting in red what I think is where we need to invest from an R&I point of view. Get access is pretty mature. You see here an example of the Paris Marathon where people generate electricity. What I think deserves attention is the AC-DC distribution. We are all in AC, we are going to have more and more DC, and this mix is very important. Regarding usage, I think it was mentioned today several times that the multi-energy optimization is key, transportation is key, and as I mentioned before, the data center efficiency should deserve also some more research because this is a fast-growing energy consumption area. If we look now to the next one, which is the monetization, I think here this is very new. There are plenty of opportunity ranging from flexibility, of course, to everything as a service. This is about peer-to-peer trading. There are many, many different things that will happen. This is about business model, but a lot of software to make it exciting for the customer. Of course, around this, we need to have some transverse topics such as data model and ontologies and cybersecurity. So I put here some names about federating the SAREF for the home, the BEAM for the building, the Siemens 6950 for the grid. This is very important to serve as a backbone for all these new applications that are breaking silos. In medicine, people have created the digital twin. Why don't we have this for energy? And I think we should have projects defining digital twin. Digital twin help building model. The model help making decision. It's helping making decisions for market design, for product development, etc., etc. So this is not yet there. I think we should do it. And speaking about cooperation, this is what EPRI, the Electrical Power Research Institute in US, is doing, you know, a framework for the customer model of the future. If you look at what ENWL, a UK utility, is doing, this is the Avatar project. And of course, if we look at the GAFAM, this is their daily light. So I think we should do it. Now, those projects is not only about hard science. Of course, we need to have data scientists, you know, developing it. It's also a lot about soft science. Okay, for the social aspect of how those guys, those citizens, I mean, are going to evolve. We need to have the regulator upfront so to make sure that what we develop is fully embraced by the regulators. And then the way to discuss project, I think, again, I extracted this from a UK presentation saying you need to put a seed, but what is very important is the deployment. We see a lot of projects where we have nice pilots, and if, from a manufacturer, Schneider, we need to go to a deployment. So it was a very quick presentation, and I think what I wanted to say is it's not only about energy, it's about citizen-centric. Energy is only an enabler. If we want to convince the customer, it's not only about energy. Of course, energy is important, but the usage of energy is what is essential. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Luc, to give us these insights in digital energy twins and the importance of the usage of the energy, not only the consumption. Wolfgang, may I ask you to give us your insight in perspective of the regulator? Here or there?
Okay.
Wherever you want. Okay.
It's fine. Thank you very much, Heidi. My perspective is, as it was said before, a regulator's perspective, and I also have some thoughts on this question. How can we win the customers in order to participate in this energy system transition? Now, there are two approaches, and these approaches are no surprise for you, I guess. There is a top-down approach and there's a bottom-up approach. Now, when it comes down to the top-down approach, we as players, stakeholders, as regulators, as those who promote research and innovation, we are asking in the name of the citizens for and investing in an energy transition, modern technologies. And we are asking and we're looking for promising business models, especially the industry, of course, not us as the regulators, but those business models which attract citizens, which attract their attention in order to have create a new demand and new markets. So this is one possibility, of course, but this picture from the top-down approach might differ from the picture of the citizens, and therefore I think it is necessary also to focus even more on from the bottom-up approach. So to ask what is the citizens, what is their needs, what is their aim, what do they want to do, and what do they want to contribute in for this energy transition. And so I think both is important, of course, but what I want to say today is that we should focus and draw our attention in asking the citizen what they want to do in future. So more focus and attention on the bottom-up is needed. Now, in general, we should find out or find answers to questions such as how aware or unaware are citizens about their own energy consumption, for instance, how conscious do they consume energy, how much do they find out about any of their potentials contributing effectively to the energy transition, what can citizens do, what do they want to do, and what would make them want to do certain things with energy. Now, I think that the first and the most crucial part is, of course, to demonstrate to citizens how they consume energy, and so to make them first aware, and second, able to steer their energy consumption. And for this, of course, smart meters are extremely important. So these are the precondition for the future and for this energy transition. And we have heard before in this excellent example of the PCAP that the precondition, of course, is the smart meter. And the conclusion is then to make energy consumption a more conscious behavior at home. We as a regulator, for instance, we had a cooperation with the Austrian Institute of Technology, and we recently conducted a study together with the AIT on active energy consumption among households, and we asked households about how they currently use energy at home, what they think about their current use, and what they make of future more active ways of engaging in the energy market. And our findings strongly suggest that households are interested and willing to think more about the energy use and actively consume energy in the future. And I think this was also shown by this demonstration before and by your findings in the PCAP. But what we also found out in the studies is that customers very often report to distrust some market offers for what they believe are exaggerated claims of savings or effects when doing this or that, for instance, self-generate electricity or buy a battery. So I think these are quite interesting findings. There is also one more finding which states that customers desire somewhat personalized user guides for various appliances. So this is also, I think, a quite interesting finding. And as I said before, the PCAP shows that in practice, these findings also meet what the customers want to have. So to sum up, I think it is important to find out more and to put more energy and to find out what citizens say about their needs and wants, and then based on this, try to find out how they can engage themselves for the energy transition. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Wolfgang. Smart meters are important enablers for customers and allow to empower our customers and citizens, but be aware that it needs a bottom-up approach. This is what I took from your presentation. Thank you very much. Lydia, may I ask you now, research and innovation, what can it do for our citizens? Thank you.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. It's a pleasure to be here and addressing this audience. Thank you to the organizers for inviting the European University Association to be here, and also thank you to you for enduring this long day of presentations and discussions. I will try to address the issue on how can R&I contribute to the energy transition and to the set plan from the perspective of the university sector. Mainly, I will highlight three aspects: skills, scientific input to policy development, and research projects. Everything I will say has a background on education, because that's mainly what universities do, education and research, and therefore every new knowledge generated through research activity sooner or later ends up in the syllabus of students, hence the importance of addressing the skills. EUA has been very active from the very beginning of the set plan, always part of the European Energy Research Alliance as an observer in the executive committee, and always bringing coordinated action in the university sector. How have we done that is complex, because the university sector, as I'm sure you know, is very wide, is very specific sometimes in their national context or even local context. But EUA has built what we call community of experts through the UNICEF project. That was a project funded by the European Commission under the 7th framework program, and it finished last year. It brought together representatives from 500 universities from all over Europe. And together, through a series of events and high-level expert discussions, we produced two important documents, one that is called Roadmap for Universities in Energy, and another one that is called Action Agenda. The Action Agenda looks like that. I have several reports with me if you are interested. The value of this Action Agenda is that, for the first time, at European scale, put black and white, what do we mean by skills gap in the energy sector? And in the appendix of this agenda, you have up to 24 areas in the energy transition, far from covering all of them, but up to 24 areas. You have an in-depth analysis. It is exemplified in the present slide, in the user behavior and professional behavior on the future. For example, you can read, well, I don't know if you can read, but on the technical, every area has been analyzed in 4 parameters: technical, social, economical, and political. And for example, regarding user behavior on the technical side, you can see that there is a need for techno-anthropological surveys that would enable the students to develop analytical skills to interpret data from citizens and therefore be able to speak also to non-expert audiences. This is just an example, but there are more than 500 skills identified through the study that we conducted in this project, in the UNICEF project, interviewing more than 200 universities and more than 125 companies. So it's really a study merging input from both sectors. I will explain later how we are planning to take forward this agenda. We also built an atlas of master programs and doctoral programs in the energy field, and there's plenty of data in a report that we published on the role of universities in those master and doctoral programs. As an example of how universities are engaged in the several set plan areas, you have here a graph with the levels of masters, the percentage of master programs and doctorate programs in the different set plan areas. I have underlined here in red those areas that are most relevant to the citizens, such as engaging consumers, activating consumers, smart citizen communities, education, and socioeconomics. And you can see that there are in the lower part of the percentage of existing master and doctoral programs. Therefore, we believe that there is room for developing more educational and research projects in those areas. So here for the skills part, going through the scientific input for policy development, through this community of experts that we have built over the years, we have managed to provide high quality scientific input to the European Commission in all the consultations of the set plan. And I have highlighted here the 3 most relevant policy positions regarding citizens and the consumers, but there are plenty more, all in the SETI's website. Now, regarding the contribution of research to energy transition. Of course, you have all the engineering and technological development research going through the numerous programs, be them local, national, or European. But let me explain here the outcomes of a research project conducted by the University of Brussels in Brussels, of course, that conducted a study in 2014 over 50 homes. They went to the homes of people, interviewing them on how do they felt about smart grids and how do they behaved regarding their heating systems. So the researchers in the university classified the consumers into 4 categories, and you perhaps, while you listen to me, may reflect on what type of consumer you think that you would be. So first, it is the economist. This is the typical person that wants return for investment. So if they are going to invest in some savings, they really want to know what is exactly the economical return for their investment. So it's driven, of course, by benefit. You also have the environmentalists. They want green energy at all prices. They don't mind to sacrifice even comfort, but they do care for the renewable origin of the energy that they receive at home. There's also the technician, those people very monitoring every single kilowatt hour that they spend and for what purpose. And they are very technologically oriented, and they are ready to play with their tools at home to make it work better. That would be in consonance with the project that we have heard before. And last but not least, we have the compromiser, those that say, well, yes, but we need a compromise after all between the expenditure and the renewable nature of the energy that hits our home. In every of these slides, you have one selected quote of one of the interviews and then a few key characteristics of each trend. This slide shows synoptically the main facts in those four different typologies of consumers or users. In fact, with all the limitations of that study that after all only covers 50 homes, is the fact that it illustrates that we all react to different stimulus. Then the legislation, the regulators should be aware, should take note of the different stimulus, because, for example, regarding smart grids, now it is the economist and it is the technicians, the ones that are more receptive to the messages launched by policymakers, but not so much the environmentalists or the compromisers. So that shows that in order to help citizens to embrace the energy transition, we need to develop knowledge, we need to develop policies that make that easy for the citizens and make that easy according to the way they think. Another important message is that we need an in-depth reform of the studies in energy at master program, at doctorate program, in line with what Dominic Ristori said this morning, that we need changes in the market, we need changes in industry, yes, and we need changes in education as well. And we need changes in silo breaking, not only in research, but also in education. And we from the European University Association are trying to do our best to address this at pan-European level. Third of message, indeed, to reinforce the fact that scientific multidisciplinarity is an absolute must to address the energy transition. And last but not least, to say that both research and education are essential to address the needs of the set plan and the needs of the energy transition, after all, the needs of our society.
Thank you very much, Lydia, showing us that there are skills, gap skills, and how universities can bridge these gaps, and that customers are really different, that they cannot be treated in one way, that they are really different. Thank you very much. And I have the pleasure to introduce to you another panelist. Josh Roberts arrived. His plane was cancelled, but he could manage to join in. Hi, Josh. Yeah, come on, sit down first. Josh, he's working at a federation who is supporting cooperatives, renewable energy cooperatives, and he could give us insight in his work and in his experience how consumers and customers that work together and that they are linked, and when they are linked together, that there is much more power. So we don't have really the time for a long opening statement, Josh, but perhaps you can say a few words and let us know about your experience and work on that. You can take this one.
All right. Yeah, thank you. So I guess a good analogy for my my late arrival would be the citizens have always kind of been well, we're a little bit late to the energy game, not for the energy transition, but yeah, we are the sort of new actors. So this is kind of fitting. Just a little bit before I just give a couple of remarks. For those of you that don't know who ResCoop EU is, we are essentially a European federation. We represent renewable energy cooperatives across 12 different member states. We have about 1,500 members, all composed of citizens and small businesses that engage from everything from small renewable energy generation projects to retail suppliers, aggregators, car sharing cooperatives. The list goes on, and through technological development, the list will continue to go on. And that's kind of what I just wanted to touch on today. Just to give you a little bit of context, we did a study a couple of years ago that basically said found that by 2050, around 45% of Europe's renewable energy could come from citizens. And about 37% of that 45% could come through cooperatives. So that is kind of a cool thing. This is sort of a vision that we have for the energy transition. And when you extrapolate that to other activities in the energy system, by 2050, you're looking at around 83% of citizens being involved somehow in the energy transition in the market. So how do we connect this to research and innovation? I mean, ResCoop EU, we were actually started through a Horizon 2020 project. And we have been able to use that as a platform to sort of disseminate best practices from our members. So that has been really instrumental in the market uptake and being able to show the innovations that are going on in our sector and to widely disseminate them so more citizens can take advantage of them. I think in terms of what we're looking at, many of you are very familiar with the Clean Energy Package negotiations. We now have definitions for renewable energy communities, and now they're called citizens' energy communities. And this is going to require a lot of unpacking from decision makers over the next couple of years. But we see this as really a starting point for ensuring that citizens are an active part of this and that they are actual stakeholders, not just receivers of everything that the industry is giving to them. So I think maybe in terms of where we move on from that and how we actually engage citizens, I think a lot of the set plan priorities and practices have done a very good job at laying the foundation for technological innovation. And we'll continue to move forward on that. But I think one of the things that we can look at as we move forward is looking more about the social innovation. How are we going to ensure that citizens, energy communities are able to participate in some of these innovations? How are they able to benefit? How are they even able to develop projects with other partners? You know, these are very practical things that we need to take into consideration. So without going into the detail of those, I'll leave it there. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Josh, for this short introduction. And dear visitors of this session, now the floor is yours. Please ask your questions. The discussion starts. And I have one first question from Wolfgang. You wanted to say something, Wolfgang? You wanted to ask?
Yes, if this is the question, yes, I have to say something. Because, Josh, you mentioned not the local energy communities, but the renewable energy communities, the citizen energy communities. We don't know the outcome of the Clean Energy Package yet, so we are all very curious what is going to happen now in the next couple of days, and we'll see. I think I'm very confident that it comes to a good conclusion. But as you mentioned, these energy communities and the participation of the citizens, I think it is the right point to mention also from a regulator's perspective that we must not forget those who cannot participate in this field. And I think this is extremely important because we have, for instance, when it comes to these local energy communities, the question is, who is the grid operator? And my view is it is important to involve the DSOs, the distribution system operators, and they should enable the energy communities. Because it is very important that we should not duplicate the network and the public network. But on the other hand, of course, we as regulators are also forced to think about possibilities that citizens can participate at the local level. And I think this is very important to say at this point.
Mm-hmm. Thank you very much. Thank you. Now, up to you. What do you have? What questions do you have? You have now here 5 professionals working in the field. So please ask. It's a little bit late now. Yeah, thank you very much. First question.
Massimo Bosuoli from the Norwegian University of Science and Technology. I have a question both for university and industry. The point is, of course, we need informed citizens, and this is very important to start from the very beginning, from the education sector. So I would like to ask to the industry representative at the table, as well as to Lydia, about the importance of creating stronger links between industry and university to also create learning by doing experiences. Because this is the best way to have trained researchers which are not just based on reading theoretically things, but doing on the fields by living real experience in a real industrial environment. Thank you.
Thank you. Lydia, do you have solutions, answers?
Yes, thank you, Massimo, for your question. Indeed, you're right. The universities and industry have to come closer together. The traditional link, or the best link, is normally research and not so much education. In our statistics, the Pan-European survey showed that 50% of research projects are done in cooperation with industries, between universities and industries. But for example, in master or even doctorate programs, only 25%. They are done in collaboration. So the difference is very clear. And traditionally, industry feels less engaged with the education. Therefore, the need to do something to change that trend. Of course, that varies very much from universities of technology to more comprehensive universities. Normally, universities of technology are more grounded with their industrial tissue, at least locally, and they organize a lot of internships, etc. However, we think it is not enough, and that this trend must change. What incentives can we give to companies to get more engaged to that? We don't really know. We know of a few, but the thing is that the change needs to be more systemic and not just occasional, as it is the case now. So maybe my colleague in the industry has some ideas.
Well, I have 3 millenniums at home. If you look at the time they spent on the video games, etc., they don't know that they are consuming energy on the data center. And this is not by working with university that this is going to change. And my parents are 80 years old, and they have a very different energy pattern. Very, very different energy pattern. And again, this is not by working with university only. What I try to put in my presentation is, I think, as part of the RNI project, we need to have something which is a mix of science, hard science and soft science. Okay, and I think it's very, very important to mix the two together. So it's not only a matter of working with the university, it's having those projects where we do not only make analytics, on energy disaggregation for your smart meters, for example, but something that is really looking at, hey, what's going to happen? In Europe, we have a lot of migrants coming. What will be the behavior of those guys? I think we don't know. So when we discuss about 2050, this is something we should better, try to understand now, so that we create the society that makes sense for the new Europe that we will have in 32 years from now.
Mm. Yeah, thank you. Thank you very much. Any other questions? Yeah. Yeah, please, Josh.
Yeah,
can you comment?
I just wanted to add something to that because, I think, so our members have been around for a really long time, but they've been so local that not a lot of people really understand. You know, they've literally gone under the noses of decision makers for years. And I think this relationship between our sector and researchers could really use a lot more collaboration, even just gaining numbers and mapping of different stakeholders and citizens, and what are the motivations for getting involved in different types of initiatives. And I think even exploring some of the more the local value that can be created. You know, there's been some really good work done by German universities and UK universities about the local added value of having local ownership and participation. But it needs to be mainstreamed so that we can better understand it and perhaps use it to make policy more informed. So I think in that sense, this is also something that we see a real value added having for the future.
Thank you. So more research is needed and more surveys on certain topics, as far as I now see. Thank you.
I'm not sure if this is on. Yes, now it is. So I'm Ida Bergman from Finland, from the ministry responsible for energy matters. And well, I'm wondering now, after the clean energy package and well, the fact that hopefully energy communities will be recognized in regulation, what do you think would be the next steps in EU and also national regulations in reaching a higher percentage of citizens' energy?
Engaged in energy transition, okay.
Exactly, thank you.
Thank you very much for your question. Who wants to respond? Johannes?
Thanks a lot. So, yeah, you're right that the energy communities will, I believe, make a big difference. As I said, I am still concerned to some extent that the energy transition is, and maybe even increasingly is, seen by a lot of people as a movement of those that are better off financially. And when we have done our surveys and people have an interesting motivation to inform you about their thoughts behind their answers, they actively complain that people are driving around with 100,000 euros electric vehicles, and they, as a person in a 40 square meter apartment, have basically contributed to that. So I really think that now it is the time that we make this energy transition from a project of a certain share of the population really down to all parts of the European population. And I have some hope that this clean energy package for Europeans contains parts that will support that. But but we have to be a lot behind that to get that realized. And actually, I think we need some speed because we may not lose too much support. Winning it back will be very hard.
Thank you. Yeah, I think, as you said, and I think also Josh said it before, it's not only an energy transition, it's also a social transition. We have to think over the role of the customers, and the customers have to become in a way more active, more skilled, and this means that everything around also changes. But Wolfgang, you also want to add something?
Yes, it's basically in the same direction, and also what I mentioned before, when I say we have to look at the fact that the grid is not duplicated, means that at the end of the day we have to keep the electricity affordable, and not only affordable for those who can invest, invest in all kind of technical installations. And I think this is quite a challenge for us as regulators, because we have to find the right tariffs, for instance, the network tariffs, on one hand to make it possible that these energy communities are established. They're very good. They're also very good not only for the market, because they bring competition into the market, but they also can play a very important role for the stability of the system, and they can support the system operator. But of course, on the other hand, we have to keep it in that sense that everybody is paying a fair price for the energy, and especially those who cannot afford these new energy communities. And a second principle, I think, is we have to keep the system simple. You know, price signals can be price signals concerning the distribution system operator, but also concerning the electricity and so on. And I think it was shown before in your app that there was only one price signal. That the price is higher or that it's just cheaper to consume electricity. And this has it has to fit together. And when it comes, for instance, to the network regulation and to the distribution system tariffs, for us, for instance, I think we only have two choices as regulator. We have to have a normal tariff, and we have to have a tariff where there is the system interruptible, and then it's a different price. But I think we should not, for instance, for us, we have this discussion, we should not add even more tariffs. So it should be, when it comes to the network tariffs, we only should have a normal tariff and an interruptible tariff. So keep the system simple.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, just to add a word to what the others said, we always talk about a fair energy transition. I mean, what does that actually mean? For consumers as a whole, typically it's household, small business consumers that pay for the grid. So as a matter of fairness, you should be able to participate in the energy transition. But we are also talking about leaving nobody behind. And actually, one of the interesting exercises that everybody will be doing, including yourself, in the coming months, is going through what is in the new renewables directive, the market design. And one of the things we made sure was in the renewables directive was ensuring access to vulnerable, low-income customers to make sure that they can participate. We have some really good initiatives whereby our members, their aim is to address energy poverty and to ensure people have affordable access to renewables. And we would like to, again, sort of mainstream that so that it doesn't matter what class you come from, you can still be able to participate. Whether you live in an apartment building or social housing, you should be able to access this. And that is part of a broader exercise that will need to occur to assess what the potential is for energy communities, to learn about the sector, to understand what the difficulties are, and then to address those through the development of positive policies and measures and also regulation. And I think educating people, what their rights are, because this isn't just some utopia we are talking about. I think there will be people, there will be companies that will want to, they'll see the advantage in adopting some shape like an energy community. So we need to make sure consumers are aware and protected. And lastly, I think finance will be a big issue. There are a lot of practical challenges that local communities face in investing in renewables and other projects. And I think some of the MFF, this new Invest EU fund that can provide guarantees, I think, tremendously helpful.
Thank you. Luke, energy poverty. Can everyone afford a smart home?
Yeah, before jumping to the energy poverty, for me, I'm always amazed by the fact that in Europe we are extremely deregulated, so you can choose your retailer. In France we have more than 40 retailers, and I think it's true for many European countries. And when you look at the number of people who have changed, because you pay to the retailer, you don't pay to the DSO, you pay to the retailer. The number of people who are really optimizing their retailer is very, very limited. At best, this is 20% of the people who are changing. So most of the people are paying their energy too much. I mean, it's too expensive. So what it means it doesn't work. The way the system is built today, just for changing the retailer, we are not speaking about installing solar panel or batteries. Just this is not really working today. And I think it's not really working because energy is invisible. What you measure is energy is an enabler. So what you need to look at, as I mentioned, is not only the energy, is the usage of the energy. And here we are not good enough, I think. So that's one aspect. Now coming to the poverty, I think I mentioned very briefly, but let's expand a little bit. there are some very exciting examples in Europe and in UK more specifically where the DSO, the guy who is putting a cost on the network in the overall energy bill, well, this DSO is looking at what is called conservative voltage reduction. This is to say, I'm going to reduce the voltage in order to exchange this with the TSO to keep the frequency of the grid at 50 Hertz. The money the DSO is going to generate will be deducted from the cost of network access. So it's a very, very good practice, so that in terms of access to the grid, irrespective of possible political redistribution, just access to the grid on a fair basis will be reduced. And you can see, hey, we should probably develop this, you know, and I know that there is this discussion about the storage and whether DSO should or not, and for the moment this is no, get the storage. But, you know, if the DSO could, by market mechanism, reduce the cost for the grid access and eventually put it to zero, well, this would be very good for the poverty. Okay, so here I think we have relatively simple mechanism that could be put in place, you know, to come to this poverty management. And last, I think for me this is a story for the community. So I really welcome the community, the spirit they can do. There is the question of what is the community doing? Are they doing or not the DSO? And there is a battle here. And I support the regulator view to say, well, let's keep the DSO doing his job, because honestly, it's not that easy to keep the line on. And the recent storm, you know, shows that this is a very, very demanding job. So here I think the community people may sometimes go a little bit too far. That being said, using the community to see how we can finance some local storage, for example, to further reduce the local cost of energy. This is really something that I think at RESCOP you should incentivize your members.
Mm-hmm. Thank you. Lydia?
Thank you. Yes, I just would like to add something in relation to the previous part of the discussion, because I think, of course, there is a lot of value in the communities. And let's not forget that Europe is a very, I say, higher education in Europe is very popular in the good sense of the word. Mm. There is a lot of potential in students. Mm-hmm. They may not invent, as students, the breakthrough technology, but they are extremely creative. Mm. And there are lots of hubs in universities themselves, hubs that are in contact with surrounding companies, developing maybe not the latest high-tech product, but really finding useful implementations of existing technology. And I think this is a call for all of us to work not only more and better with industry, but also with regulators. And not with a very open mind. What I mean is not with a try to get less prefixed ideas as possible to enable the creation of new things to happen that may be better and unexpected. And I'm sure that there is a lot of untapped potential in students, and there is a lot of untapped potential in pulling knowledge from university people minds, from regulators' minds, from industry minds, because each of us, we know portions of the reality. If we manage to find better ways of cooperating with each other, I'm sure we could advance faster. Cooperation is extremely difficult, but we need to find out how better and more effective ways to do it. This is essential. No actor on its own, regulator, industry, university, will achieve significant results. That's very clear. We are all limited, even in our own sectors, but we know a lot. So it is about pulling resources from all of us that are, lots of effort should be devoted to that. And also, and I said again, relying on the bright minds of the students. After all, this world will be for them. So we need to enable them with the knowledge to create that world for them.
So how can we untap the knowledge in the creative young students, in the regulators, in the energy communities, and how can we make some form of collective knowledge about it? This is the question, how we can reach that. Yeah.
More forum for discussions, more interaction with citizens themselves as well.
Yeah.
But a lot of sharing is necessary.
Yeah.
There is a lot of knowledge embedded in each one of us.
I think
that should be distilled and communicated rightly to the right community.
Yeah.
Of course, because not everybody is ready to understand highly technical subjects. We must find ways to explain things at the level of knowledge of the different people in society, which is very diverse, but is a must.
Yeah.
If we want to make this a success, and it needs to be a success for our own society, our own survival.
Absolutely right. I think one approach is what Wolfgang explained and introduced is a survey by the regulator asking the customers, asking the consumers what they need and about their impression of their energy consumption, and to see what they already know and what they need to know. And this a bottom-up approach that enables the customers to react in the right way and to give the information customers are producing when they are consuming and collecting, perhaps via an app. This would be perhaps one of a possibility to collect information. So this is a question from me now to you, Johannes. Are you also collecting information with the app so that some form of assessment of different customer groups can happen?
Well, I think in the times of the GDPR, I should not say how much data we are collecting. No, but seriously, yes, we are pretty closely following the people, what they are doing with the app, what is the content that they are actually interested in, how much time do they spend looking at their energy consumption, how much time do they spend playing the games, what energy consumption do they have as a follow-up of playing the game, comparing themselves with other households and all that stuff. So we've completed the field tests by the 16th of October, which is 1 month ago, and we have now a data set of more than 30 gigabyte of expression of behavior, basically. So there will be some time until we can really make clear statements. So the things that I showed you today are the very first impressions of that. But I do hope that we will find a lot of new, possibly triggers to get people to change their behavior.
Okay, thank you. Questions? More questions? Yeah.
Venizelos Efthymiou from the University of Cyprus. Very happy with the discussion that we are having here. We've heard some interesting words related to simplicity that we should approach, related to the fact that we have to address all issues around this energy transition that we are moving in, and we are already in it. I think that the last round of discussion has covered a lot of the things that I wanted to ask, in the sense that the issue at the beginning didn't cover inclusiveness. Inclusiveness, it has to be an approach that should cover all aspects of this energy transition. We know that on this discussion is that we should approach education also from the inclusiveness approach, in the sense that energy transition requires the last citizen to act. And so in order to act, he has to be simply how to respond. So simplicity is very important. And and another thing is investment. Investment can be an approach like the ESCO approach, something that we should invest through energy communities, that we can build up the investment cost through the usage in order to make it inclusive. This is my question to the
audience, to the panelists. Thank you very much for your question. Who wants to respond? Josh, yeah?
Thanks. Yeah, I mean, you raise a really good point, particularly with education. I mean, this is really fundamental. You cannot just expect to, even with investment, if it's just a passive investment, this may make you a little bit more interested. But I think what makes one of our members' business model so interesting is that education, it's actually one of the cooperative principles. So there are 7 cooperative principles that all of our members abide by, and education is fundamental to those. So what you will have, regardless of what the core activity of the cooperative is, whether it's energy efficiency, renewables, or retail supply, you will typically find an educational aspect to that. And actually a group of our members, they're doing a project, it's called the ResCoop Plus project, where they have created a toolbox for the retail supplier members that have experience in actually getting to cause their members to use less energy. So the philosophy is embedded in the energy soberness principle. So the more energy you save, the less you need to produce. And this is really fundamental, and it's intertwined with simplicity of the bill. So our members really try to simplify. You know, if you use less energy, you pay less in charges. There's no complication about it. And as a service, there is as a service to the members, there is this education, and that takes a number of different forms, which our members are trying to share with each other to show that. And we've actually been able to show that participation in a cooperative retail supplier actually causes its members to use less energy than it would be compared with your other, average sort of passive consumer relationship with the supplier. So that is, I think that is very important, and it's something that we can certainly work on further in the future.
Okay, thank you, Josh. Anyone else wanted to respond?
Yeah, just to thank you for your comment and question, which I, of course, fully agree. I think education has to be inclusive by nature. I think every citizen is concerned, and every citizen must receive the right education for the future. I also would like to add to your keyword list one other keyword, which is constructivism. We not only need to cooperate. Maybe cooperation is a little bit, I don't know, doesn't really give the idea that the objective, cooperation is a means to an end, and the objective is that we are building something, we are constructing something. So I think that this idea of constructivism should drive the cooperation, because we don't need to talk together just for the sake of talking together. The issues at stake are far too important for that. Yeah. So the idea of objectives at the Commission level or EU level, even worldwide level, these kind of objectives say little to the common citizen, unfortunately. So, but we need to change that.
Yeah, we have to translate the targets into clear action.
How to translate the targets at home? This is not an easy step.
Yeah,
and there's lots to be done there.
I think we need to be more inclusive.
Pardon?
We need to be more inclusive, to come back to your point. Energy itself is just a mean. And by the way, it's not only the home, it's also the transportation and the data center. So we need to look at the full picture, and we need just to translate on the daily usage. No, energy is just an enabler. And I think the big mistake we are doing for years is just to focus on the pure energy, and the customer is not even changing his supplier. Let's face it. So we need to change the software here.
Okay.
We need to be inclusive, fully agree with you, but in a larger sense. Much larger. It's not only about education.
Okay, thank you. Last chance for a question. Thank you.
The European Sustainable Energy Innovation Alliance, talking about constructivism and how energy is an enabler. I would like to ask the question how the set plan will have to evolve in light of the discussions we've had today. You know, the set plan is very much energy, technology. How do we integrate the need for more citizens' participation, more cooperation, more coupling of sectors? You know, the question to you, how will it evolve?
Thank you. Who likes to answer? Josh.
Yeah, I mean, I would have liked to have focused on that a little bit more in my presentation. I mean, for us, you know, this is kind of, the set plan has sort of been hard to wrap our heads around. You know, we have these platforms that have been developed, and we have, you know, the good words by the Commission to suggest a vision. But I think, like I said, a lot of that has been around the technological innovations. You know, we are going to create something that will be of value to consumers, and they will benefit from it. And we find from some cases that that doesn't necessarily work. And so we need to, you know, we need to not just involve customers as sort of we are designing these technologies, but we really need to give them ownership of the process, and the ability to be able to use them. And I think in terms of, you know, I think we've more or less sort of stumbled our way onto some of these platforms, and I think there might be a little bit, it might be better to sort of think about how to make that a little bit stronger moving forward. I think, again, when you're linking this to discussions in the MFF, you know, allowing smaller actors to access H2020 projects. I mean, here's an example. You know, we've done a lot of projects through H2020, and that has enabled us to do so much we wouldn't have been able to do otherwise. But a lot of the socio-political aspects of these projects is getting moved to LIFE. And I don't know if people are familiar with LIFE, but you actually have to fund about 50% of that yourselves. So we are actually currently now facing, you know, some of the projects that the Res Coups have done just as themselves. We're actually going to have to rethink, you know, we'll still be able to be involved as partners in some of the other projects with the bigger players, but, you know, we will play smaller roles in those. So we have to think about how we're going to facilitate, you know, this type of social innovation in and of itself. You know, whether it's through participation, you know, key performance indicators, which is a really bad way to sort of move on from this, but it's necessary. Again, I think being able to demonstrate, you know, what is the actual value of having people participate. You know, these are some analytical tools that we need to develop that can, I think, make the case for this. But, you know, I think we need to maybe think a little bit more fundamentally about how we're approaching this and how we want people to citizens to participate, the initiatives themselves.
Mm-hmm. Thank you very much. Lydia?
Yes, thank you, Brigitte, for your question. Just a small comment, because your question is very interesting, is how the set plan can help. and this is a tricky question. As you remember, between 2011, if I remember, you have the dates right, and 2014, there was a great effort from the Commission, DG Energy and DG Research together, working on the set plan education and training roadmap. That was an immense exercise, bringing many stakeholders together around technology only. And you've seen in my graphs, when I underline those 5 areas closer to consumers, how minimal the take-up in universities was. I think this offers a huge potential for improvement through the set plan or through anything that goes along with the set plan, if the set plan is more on research. But from the university perspective, research and education go together. So, and if you remember also from my graph, both the lines of master programs and the lines of research programs are normally go together. Different proportions, but they go together. So there is a clear link. So if we talk about investment in fundamental research, as some of the speakers said this morning, in addition to everything else that happens at technological level, the potential for reform is enormous.
Okay.
The potential for smaller portions of programs or modules, flexible, open access, that can be used by others and built on those. Case studies, there's plenty of opportunities to develop more of these inclusive measures.
Yeah, thank you. Wolfgang, short remark?
It was not mentioned before, but I think what is also very important for research and innovation is, of course, competition, competitive markets. And coming back to the energy communities, I understand that those cooperatives you represent, they are real cooperatives where citizens work together and they create a new system at a very local level. The question is, of course, as running such a local energy community is quite complicated, as you mentioned before, not only to run a distribution system, but also to make the billing and everything. I assume that in future that the services which are brought to the local energy communities, or the service to run such a, install and run such a local energy community is brought by the incumbents, maybe by those who are already here in this field. And therefore, as a regulator, we are also a competition authority. What I want to say at this stage is we have to have a close look on the markets and development on the markets as well, because we should not, by this, under the title of new and local energy communities, we should not create new dominant market positions.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, thank you. Luke?
Yeah, to comment. I think we heard this morning, I like the fact that we need to move from a technology readiness level to either innovation or industrial readiness level. So technology is not necessarily the most difficult part. You know, what is difficult is to make the things cost effective to be adopted. So that's the first thing. The second is, you know, we all speak about stopping the silo, energy sector coupling, etc. So I think you should move from SET to SCT, the C for citizen. You need to be citizen-centric. And by citizen, you are going to put together the different dimensions. Stop being just energy-centric. Stop the silos.
Thank you very much. I now try to wrap up in a nutshell what we heard in the last 1.5 hours. And what I heard is that technology is in place. We have technology, but we need to incorporate the citizens, we need to incorporate the customers, we need to be inclusive to catch all of them, and we have to take care, or we have to consider that customers are quite different, that they need different languages, that they need that there are different skills needed by different types of customers, and that we have to bring them in an active role, and therefore we need some change also in our social systems, not only in the technology, not only on the regulatory level, but also in the social system. And what I also heard and what I also understand is that for the next period of the set plan, we have to think over whether we will need different parts and different programs to let us work on these topics also. Thank you very much to you all. Thank you to our panelists. Thank you to Johannes for the pitch, and thank you to the audience for your questions. Now I hand over. The floor is yours, Jackie.
Thank you very much indeed, Heidi. Thank you so much, and for a fascinating panel, absolutely fascinating insights into consumer behaviour and motivations. And I thought you summed it up beautifully halfway through the debate when you said this is not just an energy transition, it is also a social transition. And you began to identify some of the tools we're going to need, some of those research and innovation priorities, as you mentioned at the end. So thank you for a terrific session and a great discussion, and thank you to all of you for joining that session. Just to remind you, evening reception at 8 o'clock tonight, buses leaving from here at 7 o'clock and returning at 9:30 and 10:30. Tomorrow morning at 9 o'clock, we will have an official opening of day 2, focusing on the question of how to engage cities, regions and communities to achieve the 2030 climate and energy targets, as well as the long-term decarbonisation strategy. Then we will drill down into the transformation of cities and buildings, what systematic innovation is needed, and 2 more parallel sessions, one on the energy system of the future, what technologies and innovation can integrate energy systems and grids, and the other on renewables for 2050, what comes next. And that will be followed by a closing session where we will try to draw the strands of very rich discussions today and tomorrow morning together to look at concrete next steps and ways forward. So that's the programme for tomorrow. Thank you again to all of you, and I wish you a great evening, a very pleasant reception. See you back here tomorrow morning.